I will call to order the Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting for March 22nd. Could we all please stand for an invocation? Most gracious and Heavenly Father, once again we come before you asking for your blessings. Heavenly Father, we just give you thanks for another day that you watched over us. Make sure no hurt, harm came to any of us. Heavenly Father, we ask you for peace in the country, peace in the world, as we continue to try to salvage our differences. Heavenly Father, give us strength this afternoon to work together to do the best that we can for the citizens of Caroline County. We give all thanks to you, all blessings, we ask in your precious name, amen. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Forehand, any opening?
No, sir.
Mr. Black.
Yeah, I just have one. I would like to thank, I know he's probably not here tonight, but Mr. Bates from VDOT. He held a town hall meeting in Lake Landor last week in regards to the Ladysmith Road project, and there was about 40 people that attended, and I really appreciate him coming out and doing that. So a lot of good questions were asked by the people inside the lake, and he did an excellent job answering all those. So thank you, Mr. Bates.
Mr. Seeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just also like to thank VDOT and driving back and forth on 301 and up and down Route 2. The cleanup is really going fabulously. I can't believe how much debris they're actually getting rid of. You know, you looked at it on the side of the road and it looked like, yeah, there was some trees, and then you see them gather up and they're huge piles. But I really do appreciate VDOT and Kyle Bates getting a contract in place to take care of that, because it really has been a godsend to get rid of that before mowing season starts.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Mrs. Long.
I would second that. They've also been working on 301 on both sides and doing a wonderful job. So, and I know they have a lot more to do. They started with the big roads. They'll work their way down, so everybody needs to be patient. Other than that, I want to wish all those students who are participating in the STEM competition tomorrow morning. Mr. Seeley, I'll see you there. Yeah, wish them best of luck and look forward to seeing them there tomorrow.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Mr. Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few. Last week, the Broadband Committee met and we got a presentation from the Comcast representative, and he mentioned all of the special programs that Comcast has for low income or folks who can't afford the normal cable cost, and you basically apply for a discounted rate. And I know Comcast covers the western part of the county in addition to subdivisions like Caroline Pines and Belmont. So those who are in those areas who may or may not have considered Comcast because of the cost may have an alternative there. The other one I have is, one of the others is, I don't see Mr. Whiteman. Oh, I do see Mr. Whiteman. I attended the softball field ribbon cutting last week, and it was a project done and paid for by the county without using any funds that had been originally used for the schools. And I again wanted to commend Mr. Whiteman, because I think the original project estimate was $250,000 or so, and he came in at slightly less than half of that. So he did a great job. I think the chief and the folks were here last week or a couple of weeks ago to make sure. And I also have, I talked to Mr. Whiteman, so I'm going to hold it without losing. I have a signed softball from all of the girls' fast pitch softball team that Mr. Whiteman and I are going to share. I'm going to give it to him, and then we'll go from there. So it was a pleasure to be there and throw out the first pitch. And did they win? Okay, well, we know they're winners, so I'm going to leave that alone. And last but not least, I'm going to do something when we get to reports. But Caroline has really been blessed with great first sergeants from the state police. First Sergeant Botkin was somebody that I got to know well over the past few years. He was a great guy. And we now have a new first sergeant. I'm calling her new, but she's actually been here since November. But our new first sergeant is Dylan Davenport. We're gonna ask her to come and speak in just a couple of minutes, but this being Women's History Month, it's ironic, or I guess a nice coincidence that we could have her here, because I think she's one of the few women first sergeants that's running a district, and it just goes to show how Caroline is always making history. So we're gonna get to her as, I think, the first thing on our reports.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Mr. Thomas. And I have no opening board comments at this time. Any amendments to the agenda, Mr. Forehand?
None, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Black?
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Seeley?
No, sir.
Thank you. Mrs. Long?
No, sir.
And Mr. Thomas, none? And I have none. As Mr. Thomas said, we'll move right to,
You want to adopt the agenda?
oh, yes, absolutely.
I make a motion, we adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion has been proper second that we adopt the agenda as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll move to presentations and reports, and Mr. Thomas, would you?
Again, and they say if people hear something once, they might remember. If they hear twice, they probably remember 3 times. So this is the second time. I'm gonna let her do the 3rd time. But again, Caroline is making history, and we are blessed to have First Sergeant Dylan Davenport from the State Police. If you would like to come down now and give us a few words. And it's great to have her here. She's been here, I think, since November. So we're a little slow in saying welcome, but it is Women's History Month, so you're making history.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the board for the warm welcome, and to the residents of, citizens of Caroline. I have been with State Police for almost 20 years, and it is an honor to be serving in this position here in Caroline County. So the one thing I would like to tell you is I am available to you, as are my troopers, if there is a concern that State Police can address for you, or if we can't address it, we will connect you with the right people or resources to be able to address it. My name is Dylan Davenport, and you can reach me directly, 804-979-5372. That is my cell phone. Anyone here can call, and we will try to assist you. There's not very many of us. Everyone knows about the manpower issues in law enforcement. But those of us that remain in Caroline are committed to serving you with our full attention and dedication. And again, I thank you for the welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, before you go, the State Police is responsible for investigating accidents and things as opposed to the county deputies, right?
Yes, we're primary on our Interstate 95, and we certainly assist in any crashes, traffic control that is given to us, and sometimes other matters depending on what the sheriff's office chooses to share with us.
Okay.
But we're available to you for all matters, and if it doesn't pertain to us, we'll direct you to the right resource, whether that's the local sheriff, perhaps social services. We're not just gonna say no, we'll give you no and the next step to take.
Great. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, Mr. Black.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take some time. I really appreciate this being on the agenda. You know, I've been in this position for 10 years on the board, and one of the things that you do is you appoint people to positions. You know, we have different positions that we appoint people to that are very valuable to us, and information that we get from them as far as information for zoning laws coming up, for example, from the Planning Commission. And I think back in 2000, several years ago, I met Mr. Dudley, and he was one of a kind. A lot of people that, if you didn't have a chance to know him, he wasn't as outgoing as others are, but he was one of the best men that I've ever had an opportunity to be friends with. And so I really, Ann and the family, I really thank you for sharing Gary with all of us, because Gary was one heck of a guy. I mean, just whether it be at the winery or just talking to him on the phone or talking about county business. And when someone like that passes on, you feel like you lost part of you, and it's it's difficult and everyone grieves in their own way, but he did a heck of a job for the county, so that's kind of why we're here tonight. But I just want to reiterate that he was an unbelievable person, and I really truly miss him. And on a side note to that, I do want to thank, everyone knows, he saved me one time. I ended up putting a riding mower in a pond at the Overarching Club, so he ended up, there was some nerves that were shaking in that event. He came out with one of his bottles of wine and said, "You need this more than I do." So he was a great man. So I've got a resolution, and after, if the family would come up and take some pictures, I would appreciate it. A resolution in remembrance and appreciation of Gary W. Dudley. Whereas Mr. Gary W. Dudley of Caroline County, Virginia, passed away on January 16, 2022, at the age of 70. And whereas Mr. Dudley spent years serving the citizens of Caroline County as a member of the Ladysmith Brewerton Club and the Caroline County Planning Commission. And whereas after being appointed to the Western Caroline as the Western Caroline representative to the Planning Commission in August of 2017, he performed his duties with wisdom, insightfulness, and dedication, helping the Board of Supervisors make informed decisions about land use issues until his resignation in October of 2021. And whereas Mr. Dudley was also well known in Caroline as the co-owner and winemaker of Sassafras Shade Vineyard, which opened in the fall of 2014 and became the first operational vineyard and winery in Caroline. And whereas winemaking was a passion of Mr. Dudley, which he began as a hobby in the 1990s. Each year he submitted original peach and apple wines to the Virginia State Fair. After always dreaming of owning a farm, he found land in Ladysmith in 1999 and began making his dream come true. First planting grapevines in 2000 and adding new vines every single year. And whereas, although his active personal involvement in Caroline and Ladysmith Brewerton Club, which was particularly meaning to him, Mr. Dudley touched the lives of many people in Caroline and made a lasting impact on his community. Therefore, be it resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby expresses its sympathy to the family of Gary W. Dudley upon his passing and its appreciation for his dedicated service and the many contributions he made to the betterment of Caroline County and its citizens, adopted this 22nd day of March 2022 and signed by the chairman, Mr. Underwood. So if we could give Gary a round of applause. Yeah, let the family come up.
Maybe one would like to speak on behalf of the family.
Yeah. First of all, before you guys actually come up to the stage, is there anything that you, Ann or Carrie, would like to say? No, no. Okay. Okay. We'll come down. We'll come down to you. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go down. There she goes.
Where do you want to do the picture?
makes it so much easier.
What's that? Oh, I didn't think so. Oh, all right, we'll talk about it right here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next on the agenda is an update on the community health assessment.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Board. Last time I was here, sometime last year to introduce myself and to meet you all. You got to see half my face, and we were all still kind of COVID, living the COVID life. I'm happy to tell you today I have nothing, well, maybe one or two lines to say about COVID, but it's, I remember at that, in that meeting, I briefly mentioned that some of the things, ideas and some of the things I was hoping to do, including accreditation and kind of getting us kind of looking forward once we got beyond COVID. And that's sort of what I want to start to kind of talk about today. So I believe you know Allison, our population health manager. She will talk about our community health assessment and next steps.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I've actually never been here in person. I've been here virtually more than once. So nice to meet you all in person. Again, in this COVID light world. Still here, but not totally gone. So does this clicker work, or should I just ask for slides advanced?
Yeah, I guess for the folks on the line, I am not Allison, I'm Dr. Obasanjo.
Okay. There's not that many slides, so it'll be fine. So we'll be talking to you tonight just a little bit about the rationale and process for the Community Health Assessment and Community Health Improvement Plan. I'll give you a snapshot of some of the findings for Caroline County, and we'll talk through next steps and where folks can learn more. Yes, okay. If you all have them, I will go ahead. So we're on the third slide. So this has been completed as a joint effort between Rappahannock Area Health District and Mary Washington Healthcare. We had participation from over 75 community organizations from throughout Planning District 16, great representation from Caroline, from a number of churches, nonprofits, social services, just a number of folks who really wanted to be a part of this process. The Community Health Assessment, or the CHA as we call it, if we can go back 2 slides, meets the Rappahannock Area Health District's requirements as we're pursuing accreditation. It also meets the Mary Washington Healthcare requirements for the IRS, as they are a nonprofit healthcare association. It's something that can be really helpful for grant applications for community organizations, which is another big benefit, helping to bring more money into the community, hopefully. And then really the crux of the reason that we do this process is to better identify and understand the health issues in our community. So we have completed the assessment process. There were 4 different types of data that were collected for this. We did complete a community online survey. We did a review of quantitative secondary data through a number of nationwide surveys that are conducted by the CDC, lots of census data incorporated into this, that sort of thing. We went through a scoring tool to look at the local public health system as a whole, and then we also completed what's known as a forces of change assessment, something that's a little more conversation focused, gives folks a chance to just acknowledge some of those things that might impact our health that might not come through in some of these other assessment tools. So all of this data has been synthesized into the Community Health Assessment Report, which is available on our website. It is currently open for public comment, so we welcome everyone to take a look. And then it'll be put into action in what's known as a Community Health Improvement Plan, which I'll touch on at the very end of this presentation. So to walk through some of those findings, for the survey responses, we had about 2,000 people get back to us from throughout the planning district, which was a pretty good response rate for what we were hoping for this time around. Caroline County residents specifically responded that the most important health issues that they are facing, number 1 was mental health problems. This was consistent across the planning district. Second, we saw COVID-19, and third, we saw alcohol and drug use. So definitely this theme of mental health that you'll see coming through in a few different places in this. There was 4 substantive questions, but the other one that I'll highlight here is what would most improve quality of life? And Caroline County residents, the number 1 response was good jobs and a healthy economy, followed by mental health and substance abuse. Again, we're kind of seeing that thread. And then third was affordable housing. In terms of secondary data, we can use this to identify both strengths and weaknesses of our various localities when it comes to health. For Caroline, we heard a lot about really like livability. So lower housing cost burden, lower cost of living index, and we also see smaller racial disparities and some of these health equity issues where we don't see quite as big of a spread as we do in some other areas. We see are a little bit more narrow in Caroline, which is definitely a good thing. In terms of areas for improvement, we do see that there's a large population to each provider that's in the county. You can see those in that chart on the right there. We see a large number of adults are uninsured. We see pretty high mortality due to cancer, and this is relative to the state average. A larger number of adults without a high school diploma, higher rates of obesity and lower access to physical activity, and we do see a little bit higher overdose rate related to opioids. The 3 leading causes of death, and this is for the whole planning district, were heart disease, cancer, and accidents and unintentional injuries. I will just make a little bit of a note that all of this data is from 2019 and prior. We are just now starting to get that 2020, 2021 data, and so understanding how COVID's gonna play a role in some of this. So the third assessment that I mentioned is kind of that more conversation-focused assessment of forces of change. Just a few different things that are highlighted here. We heard a lot from the community on this one. But lack of access to mental health services, we heard about transportation challenges and how that can impact folks' health. The impact of Medicaid expansion, which isn't fully captured in some of that data, but note was definitely made of that. Lack of affordable housing came up again. And then we saw lots of people talking about some of these ripple effects of COVID-19. So lots of notes of that in the report itself, but cost of living has gone up, inflation has gone up, feelings of social isolation, all of these factors that maybe weren't the infectious disease itself, but are kind of some of those fallout factors that we're seeing. Next slide. And then the fourth assessment is the local public health system assessment. And so this one it's conducted as more of a scoring tool to see how well we as a community are doing in delivering the 10 essential public health services. This is not just a review of how we as the health department are doing, it's really looking at public health as an entire system that many different players participate in. So that can include the health department, but it also includes, any kind of doctor's office. It includes neighborhood associations and nursing homes and schools and all these different players that can have a role in the health of our community members. So assessing how all of us as a system are doing, We saw that our biggest area for improvement is integrating health more as we're developing policies and plans that are going to better support our health. So definitely something that we're keeping in mind as we head into our next step, which is the Community Health Improvement Plan. How can we take that information that maybe policies and plans are an area for improvement and do some focus on that as we try to address some of these issues? Next slide. Yeah.
I'm sorry, because I just want to make sure I understand the chart on the right. What does that actually mean? Is average high good? Is average high low, or?
Yeah, sorry. So this was they were scored on a scale of 1 to 5. And I thought it made it onto these slides, but maybe it didn't transfer. So we were asking community partners to rank on a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being the lowest, 5 being the highest, how we as a system are doing in delivering that service.
Okay.
So we saw that many things fell kind of middle of the road, but a few fell, significantly below.
So we're apparently doing better than average identifying community problems, but because of the fact that we don't have a lot of healthcare providers, we may not be able to respond to all those quickly. Is that kind of what this is saying?
I think that could be part of it. I need to look more closely at the notes for, exactly what that conversation looked like.
Oh.
But we're not necessarily looking at community problems just in terms of individual health problems, but in terms of some of these social determinants of health that might be contributing to overall health problems. Yeah, you're welcome. So what we do in this process, we take all of this large amount of data, kind of sit with it, sort through it, and identify the top prioritized health issues that are really rising to the top. So you can see these on the slide. They included access to healthcare, affordable housing, chronic disease, education, infant and maternal care in the African American community, mental health, obesity, and substance abuse. And if you'll go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit more about what we're going to do with those from here. So as I said, the CHA is currently available for public comment on our website. It'll be available through the remainder of March. And from here, we'll head into the community health improvement planning process. So the goal of this is not just that we're pointing out all of the problems that exist in our community, but that we're actually using that data analysis to do something about them. And that's really what the community health improvement planning process is. So that first meeting will take place on April 5th. It will be from 12 to 2. It's going to be held at the Central Rappahannock Regional Library in Fredericksburg, since we're going to be serving all of Planning District 16 with this. It is open to the public. We welcome anyone to join us for that process, and we will be narrowing down that list of 8 health priorities down to 3 that we'll actually be taking action on. Be developing a plan to address those issues. There will be some funding available to community organizations who are able to help carry out strategies to address those issues. And that improvement plan will be completed in July, and we'll have about the next 3 years to actually carry that out. So with that, we're happy to answer questions and also happy to connect further on findings and background. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Long?
Can you clarify these percentages or these ratings? This is on the whole community, not just Caroline. It's all of districts of Region 16 taken together?
For which percentages?
For the charts on the local public health system assessment?
Yes, sorry. Yes, this is for all of Planning District 16. We did have specific work groups for each locality, so we were able to have some of that more local conversation, but since so many of our organizations do serve the whole planning district, we were looking at that as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Forehand?
I have a few questions. There was never a total, at least not that I heard or saw, of the responses from Caroline residents. And there's a bar graph here, but did they have 2 choices, 3 choices, 1 choice?
There was
as far
upwards
as
of 10 choices for each question.
Okay.
And I can get you those numbers of respondents that we had for Caroline County. I do not know offhand.
Okay. Just trying to get a feel for how much of our population actually responded to, so we can have whether it's weighted or not.
Yeah,
I have
I'd be happy
questions
to
written
get
down
back.
somewhere on one of these papers. There it is. I assume, because you got graphs, these were all multiple choice responses?
They were. There was also options to fill in if you had an other that wasn't included.
Is an overdose considered an accidental injury in your chart? I've seen it categorized both ways. I just wanted to know how it was with this data.
So for this data, I believe we were looking at overdose independently. I will say for the community survey itself, you know, it's somewhat subjective in how somebody is reading that. So I would put a little
Well, I was looking at
asterisk there.
leading causes of death, and,
This was looking specifically just at opioid overdoses.
okay, so that's not in the top three, as far as leading causes of death.
I don't believe so. But again, I am happy to follow up.
The National Safety Council does it separate, but I've seen it done both ways. That's why I was just
It's a
curious.
great question.
Curiosity. And then one last question. Your comment about Medicaid expansion, we did receive some comments, kind of an update from our local director, and the number she gave indicated about a 100% increase in the Medicaid, individuals on Medicaid in Caroline County. Did your comment reflect that, or was that, you said 2019 data? Is there a 2.5-year lag on that data as well, or is that more current?
So there may be a different data source that we can look at. We did try to weigh some different data sources as we were pulling this all together, and sometimes we see different numbers, like obesity. For Caroline County, I think we saw like a 10% difference depending on what source we were looking at, and it's kind of who they surveyed. So we tried to pick what we felt would be the strongest source to reflect that data. Again, I wish our data analyst was here to answer those more specific questions, but I'm happy to look into that more for you.
Again, it's just curiosity. I was actually shocked at the significance of the increase, and this county specifically, but it was literally a 100% increase. Went from, almost 3,000 to almost 6,000 people that from that expansion. So
yeah, it's again a great question.
Didn't know if we had doubled it and it's still an issue, I guess, is the crux of my question. If we've doubled the number of people and yet we're still lagging behind it, or at what point in the process was a sample taken? So.
Yeah, and I think that's really worth looking more into. I can say, when we were looking at this, we were comparing to state averages as well as the rest of Planning District 16. And it was pre-Medicaid expansion, but, there's gonna be different factors in each locality of who's gonna qualify based on Medicaid. So again, I think it's something worth looking at as that data becomes more readily available.
All right, I'm done.
The other thing about that particular analysis is a forces of change assessment. So it looks at, opportunities and risks for the community. So Medicaid expansion, depending on how the respondents looked at it, may have put it there on the list as an opportunity.
Okay.
Mr. Black?
Yeah, I just have one. On the data that you had given us as far as the ratio of like your dentists and your physicians, how is that comparable? Like, I guess you only have one rural kind of in District 16, you have like King George. That would be kind of comparable, because all the others like Spotsylvania, Stafford, Fredericksburg are more urbanized or suburbanized. How are those ratios for a rural county in compared to some of the other rural counties that are in this state?
So I can tell you that the data for all of Planning District 16, as well as some of the Mary Washington service areas that are just outside, so Orange, part of Prince William, one other that I am missing, are available in the report, so you can look for comparison. In Planning District 16, we see a lot of providers in Fredericksburg, which I think makes sense, for all of our counties that are in the kind of that immediate area. We know a lot of people commute to the city to get their health care, especially, that's where the hospital's located, that sort of thing, so that is a factor. What we did see is that Caroline, for Planning District 16, has the highest ratios, so the most population to each provider, and that was for primary care physicians, mental health providers, and dentists. I can't speak to the rest of the state, but that is where it fell for Planning District 16.
I can tell you that the Southwest is the worst in the state.
Southwestern Virginia is the worst, yeah. I was just, so you don't have us compared to, there's no data on comparing like us to King George, for example.
It would be available in the report. I just don't have those numbers in front of me right now.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Seeley?
Yeah, I'm gonna focus a little bit on the mental health since we support RAXB. And where do they fall, or how do people view RAXB as sort of how we use them as a support structure for, at least for Caroline, because that is really the main crux, and we do support them as best we can to help in that. How does that play out in this report for the region and for Caroline?
Yeah, another great question, especially since we heard that response so much. So we did have RAXB participating in this assessment itself. They served on the steering committee, and I believe they were on one of the work groups as well. What we heard is that the community is viewing them as a resource, but that mental health services are just becoming hard to come by. And RAXB, had kind of stated themselves, and I hate to speak for them, but this workforce challenge that we're experiencing in a lot of different sectors is definitely impacting mental health right now. So we kind of have this decreased availability of services along with an increased demand. And that is, I think that came through in a variety of assessments as part of this larger CHA.
So have they, in these discussions, have they talked about what it would take for them to improve those services, or how that would take place, or where they see the resources coming from to actually facilitate that? Because Caroline and opening a facility like that is difficult. We've got one, but we sort of rely on them to actually staff and help. So how do we in the region help them help all of us? I guess, is that one of the topics?
So that's really where the community health improvement planning process will come into play. Assuming that mental health does come up as one of those top 3 issues, because we have to narrow down from 8 to 3 that we can, really commit ourselves to taking action on. All 8 are important, we just can't address all of them.
Right.
So there's a variety of different avenues that it can take, and we'll be hearing some, from RAXB themselves or from other community providers on what we do there. It can look at, how can we recruit more folks here to be providing mental health services? How can we provide some prevention services to, decrease mental health needs before they are becoming quite such a mental health challenge? There's a lot of different directions that we can go, kind of based on what those organizations that are really the experts in mental health are seeing through this process, and the availability of assets in our community that can, work to make that happen. So you're getting at the next step of our process.
All right, well, my vote is RAXB because I rely on them pretty heavily behind the scenes for constituents that call that have real issues, that don't know where to go and don't know what to do. It's not something you can talk about at the board table, but I will tell you that as a resource, they've been absolutely phenomenal. So if there is a way to actually move them up the list, because I think, in my opinion, those are the things that we're seeing that families are the most frustrated with. They don't know what to do, and they don't know who to call, and they don't know, once they get them to someplace, the law takes over and sometimes really makes life difficult for them. So, but thank you.
No, thank you. RAXB is a great partner. We'll make sure they're at the table.
Thank you, Ms. Seeley. Mr. Thomas?
Yes, sir, thank you. Mine is about the improvement program.
Okay.
I think we did this quite a few years ago, and part of things, or the 2 things that were identified was, one was obesity and the other was childhood dental needs. And I think at that time, funding went for programs to reduce cost of the Y, or, something for kids who really couldn't afford it. Is that what this program is going to have at the end? Because I see it says funding available for community organizations.
So in partnering with Mary Washington Healthcare, we were able to open up some funding through the community foundation. And so some of that will be available to community partners. So the way that this will look, which I realize sounds a little bit abstract, but we'll be getting there. We'll be narrowing down to the 3 issues we'll take action on, and then we'll be developing a plan with goals, objectives, and strategies to address that issue. And then community partners who can say, oh, I have a strategy that I can contribute to that objective, will then be able to apply for funding. So we'll be kind of getting it into the community that way. REHD will also be taking on some strategies, and it'll kind of help give us that focus to have hopefully a more holistic view of addressing these issues. So I can't say exactly what those programs or policies would be, but the ones you mentioned are great examples. if obesity came up, you know, something in partnership with the Y, I could definitely see happening as a strategy.
All right, last question,
Yeah.
and be very specific with your answer, please. Define funding.
So it's so this is through Mary Washington. It'll be mini grants for the duration of 2022. So that is a $5,000 grant. And then they'll have the opportunity to apply for larger grants looking at the next year. So that they would be applying in the summer. So it's about $5,000 to cover half the year.
Okay, so it's really something we could do, a couple of participants, not the entire community can work for $5,000.
Correct.
Okay.
But lots of, as I said, the benefit of this, I get questions relatively frequently as folks are completing grant applications that ask, you know, has your community done a community health assessment? Was this tied to it?
Right.
So now they'll be able to plug into those resources as well.
Yeah, the larger ones will come once you've done the smaller ones successfully. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Alice, I just have a couple questions. How does VDH work with the Healthy Generations, for example, the Rappahannock Area on Aging? How do those agencies work together? It appears that the missions are similar, and yet we seem to be working in silos. How can we better make sure that the communication is going across all avenues?
Yeah, great question. My honest opinion is that as we're leaving COVID-19, we have these stronger relationships between community organizations than ever before. We worked with them so much during the pandemic, you know, especially with vaccine rollout when we were really trying to get vaccines to the older adults in our community, developed that partnership. They did sit on the steering committee for the community health assessment and then will be participating in the community health improvement plan. So those opportunities for partnership, even though we're distinct organizations. I see Pat Holland at like every meeting I go to.
Yes. My second question is, when you talk about lower cost of living index as one of our strengths, what factors go into determining when you say lower cost? What are you actually looking at?
Ooh, you're getting
Because-
me on another one that I'm gonna, it will be outlined in the report. I can pull that information specifically for you, but I don't have that in my notes tonight.
Okay. No, she asked hers first. No. All right. Doc, certainly thank you. Thank you, Allison, for coming. Any other board questions? Nancy, anything else? Right. About Zoom video, yep. Thank you.
All right.
Have a
thank
good
you.
evening.
You too.
Next on the agenda is an update from Caroline County Agriculture Fair. Ms. Whitaker. Hello. Hi, Fred.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mr. Chairman and board members. And you have a little handout tonight. I'm not doing a PowerPoint. And I just wanted to share with you 2021 in review. You know, I was here last year letting you know that we made a decision at the last minute in March as things opened up, and we were able to have a successful fair last June. You can see our attendance was one of the highest we'd ever had. We had decided to have free admission for all ages. We received donations. People were very interested in knowing how they can contribute, and we received donations around $2,000 as people were writing checks and putting money in the donation boxes that we had around the fairgrounds. Our midway profit was the highest we'd received to date as well. And you know, we had a back to the basics type of fair because we were so late in being able to plan that. We used local and regional talent, and we were able to get the Navy Band. And we didn't have, in our home goods area, we didn't have as many entries, but we had 49 new participants, which was quite interesting that were coming out and being part of that. And all in our Heritage Building, we had record attendance in that exhibition hall as well, which is our history area. So we were very excited at how well that we were able to do that. And as you know, you are our largest sponsor of the Caroline County Ag Fair, as you can see by a picture of your banner there that we've put there for you to see. But we were able to do some of our other things as well in 2021. We did have our scholarship for Caroline High School senior, Ms. Garrett received that, which was in the amount of $500. Unfortunately, we couldn't give out what's called our beef feeder steer sponsorship. They didn't have that competition last year because there wasn't enough fairs that were going to be happening for these kids who show their animals and participate in the feeder steer program. But we have hopes that they're going to have it here in 2022. But we were trying to reach out to the community as well and get more people involved in 2022 because we went to the back-to-school night that the high school had. In fact, they had 2 of them because we were rained out, the one, and we were trying to interact with parents and students to make them aware of our various contests that we have in our home goods area that they can participate in because they get ribbons and nice premiums, money involved with that, and we want the children to be involved, so we reached out to them, as well as giving information more with our scholarship program too. So that was pretty successful. We did have a fundraiser, fish fry. We participated in the Bowling Green Harvest Festival. We usually have our little petting zoo, and the Caroline High FFA kids were there with their animals as well and participated with us. So we're always glad to collaborate with the school, various school activities, and especially the future farmers. Because of the shutdown, we couldn't do our numerous judge schools throughout the Commonwealth, but we were in November able to have one at Virginia Tech. And you know, if you recall, we are the ones who got the judge school going in the Commonwealth, and our fair sponsors that as well, along with Virginia Tech. So we usually have 3 or 4 a year, and we're teaching people how to be judges at county fairs and festivals. So we were able to have one in November when things lightened up. And of course, we go each year to that we didn't in 2021, but we did this year, the Virginia Association of Fairs competition. And that's where we enter competition in our communication awards. And also it puts Caroline on the map because we're very successful and we win ribbons. And this past year, we didn't have as many entries, but we did win 2 Best in Show, better than anybody else in the state of Virginia, for our flyer and our promotional display. And our fair poster received perfect points as well, and I'm not sure why we didn't get Best in Show for that, because I've questioned that, because I think we should have, because we have perfect scores. But what I want to point out about this with our advertising things is a lot of fairs use outside advertising agencies. We don't do that. You know, we're all volunteer, and we have in-house talent. And our talented person is Ms. Linda Tate, who's in the audience tonight, and she developed the flyer and the poster and all our other publicity as well. And to receive a perfect score on those things is pretty phenomenal. So I want to recognize her for a second here. So the Caroline County Ag Fair is very, very fortunate to have a lot of in-house talent. And which we're just so lucky, we're just blessed by that way. But what's happening in 2022? Well, we decided we're gonna have a fair in 2022. It's the 22nd through the 25th. It's gonna be free admission for all ages again this year. We're gonna do that again. Some other fairs in the Commonwealth are taking that strategy as well. So we're gonna stick with that. We're gonna try to be still with the basics because we didn't really know when these decisions were made in January as to how things would be going with public health issues and what have you. So we're gonna still support local and regional talent. We're very lucky. I just received confirmation today that we're going to have the Navy Band again, Country Currents, coming from DC. So we're very excited as we will then honor our military again on Wednesday night of the fair. So we hope you all come to that as well. That is that doesn't cost us anything for that. So I'm excited about anything free. But again, I just want to point out that we feel like we do Caroline well. We are recognized throughout the Commonwealth as one of the better fairs. People know about us, and again, we bring people to the county. We're excited. We think 2022 will be a big year because of the gas dilemma. We think more people will stay at home and they want to come local and see things. So we're very excited. And I know you being our largest sponsor, I know you're going to be the largest sponsor again this year in 2022. So I'm excited about that, and I'm thanking you in advance. So, do you have any questions for me? Any questions?
Board members?
Just come see us. It'll be great. We had perfect weather in 2021 too. That helped us. Not a mud bog like we did before.
Fran, let me say that we certainly appreciate all that you do, and you know we'll always be the backbone for you. You know that.
Well, I hope so, Mr. Underwood.
You hold me to that.
I'll count on that as well. Okay, again, thank you so much, and we are alive and well, and things are going to be happening on County Fair Lane.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Cully, the county administrator's proposed budget for fiscal year 2023.
23.
Yes, sir. And I have not seen this or heard about it, so
This will be shocking. I like to be shocking.
right. Yeah. Of course not.
I will apologize. I meant to enlarge the font from last year and use the same one and updated it and got down here and it's like, oh God, the font's too small. So I'll be
Mr. Cully, before you
reading.
get started, if we have questions, you want us to wait till the end or you want us to just interrupt?
You can interrupt.
Oh, okay. I was hoping you'd say it the other way, but okay.
Oh, I mean,
Thank you.
it's,
No, that was just my wish.
it's
But
like
I just want-
38 slides,
Okay.
so you may not get from where you are to the end with your question unless you're writing them down.
Right.
Anyway, do I have this? The proposed FY '23 general fund budget is increasing $4,029,068.33 from FY '22 to $58,990,572, which is a 7.33% increase. And so I know you can't read this in the back of the room. I'm sorry. Apologize on that. What makes up this increase? So what I did was, you can go, oh, I'm the one running this. Sorry, I got too many things to turn. You do it while I'm reading. Thank you. The major increases to the '23 budget. Last year I gave you a top 10. This year it's actually more than 10. It's about 21. Number one, the largest increase is for health insurance in the amount of $673,563, which is 15.95%. So that's the number one largest increase, and you've already approved that at a meeting in February, December, somewhere. So that was a built-in increase to the budget. Number two, and you've already heard about this, so it's not too shocking, 19 new full-time equivalent fire and rescue personnel equals $561,710, and that's 13.3% increase to the general fund. And I've got another slide to talk about that in more detail. The number three is a 5% increase, or, and this is a different tactic than I've taken ever in all of my budget years, a $1.50 per hour on your rate for everybody, both part-time, full-time, and that also, it says non-public safety, but it actually includes public safety too if you don't, if the raise doesn't get you to $1.50 an hour. So a little explanation on that. So it's either 5% is historically, all raises in government have been in a percentage, and most everybody, the state and counties around us are doing 5%. You've heard the schools, they're doing 7%. When you look at that on the lower end of our scale, we basically went up $1.50 to get to the new minimum wage standard of $11. So I moved everybody that whole $1.50. So there's a lot of folks that are getting 13% increases, not 5. So the lower you are on the pay plan, the more your percentage increase is. The fourth thing is leased vehicles. So this is sort of an in and out. It's $373,370, and it's 8% of the increase, but we do have revenue coming in at least, it's, you know, trash trucks and replacement of various county vehicles throughout the fleet. Number 5 is the increase of the 4 full-time employees that were added during this budget year, IT, and then the 3 that were added later by the board in both the building and Public Works Department. And that amount is $360,277. So that's a increase, but it's not really something I'm asking for. It's something that's already been approved. Number 6 is the increase to the public safety pay plan of $357,073.80, which is 8.46% of the increases to the general fund. 7 is an increase for 5 new full-time positions in the general fund in an amount of $355,328.87, and that's 8.41.
Where are those positions?
Alan told me you were going to ask me that, and Tamika can help me with this. One's in my office to do minutes for mine and planning, and for Plan Commission, Board of Zoning Appeals, and all these meetings. One is an HVAC mechanic in Public Works, and we decided, well, Joey did an analysis, we can actually save money from not paying for the service.
Good.
So it's sort of a wash because we were spending that in repair. One is a water operator.
Which he said he needed.
Water operator trainee, I think is what it's called. Water operator trainee. Deputy Director of Planning was one that I had talked to the chair about over time about a need we have for some of our senior people that if you can look around, have a fair amount of gray hair or not a lot of hair. So that's one we thought was much needed. Yeah, I got that.
Okay.
I can get you a list. There was just more to add on this sheet. Number 9 is an increase for VRS is $180,000, $366.67. Number 10 is an increase for FICA, $167,916. That's a 3.98% increase. And the little red numbers, it's 13.85% increase year over year. Number 11 is 5% increase for the state, and they haven't finished the budget yet, so I don't know that this will hold, but right now in the budget's a 5% increase mandated for constitutional office employees, and that's $112,151, which is everybody but public safety. I got another sheet for that. Then we have number 12 is the increase for health insurance for those 19 new firefighters. That's $107,088.75. Number 13 is the increase the transfer to social services is $103,748, which is about 18% increase in that line item, and it's 2.46% of the overall increase.
Mr. Kelly, what's driving that number?
That would have been mainly salaries.
Okay.
There may have been one new position in there. One new position in social services. That comes to me from the Social Service Board. It's not something that we normally do a lot with.
That's 80-20 money, right?
Of my career, it tends to work out 60-40. So some of it is 80-20, but some of their budget's not, and it depends on the position. So I've always averaged that we normally got back 60%, and it's about 40% local. So it just depends.
It's kind of like some of the comp board stuff we get. It's
correct.
80-20, but then there's people not on the comp board. So.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it washes down to normally 60-40, but. Yeah, we don't have the state budget, so we don't. So some of these could get potentially a little bit better on the revenue side. Number 14 is increase in the Commonwealth Attorney's Office compensation basically as a whole department, $101,079, and that's a 23.34% increase. They were funded after our budget last year, a new employee, and so that the Commonwealth Attorneys asked for that employee to have a fairly significant raise because we hired at a fairly inexpensive number. And so we do get some money back this year from the comp board for that, but budget to budget it is an increase. 15, we have a little bit of an increase, $99,115 to our regional correctional institutions. That would be both the regional jail and the detention facility. And I think we're leading the way in juveniles at the moment, unfortunately. And that's on a 5-year rolling average, so that could, if we stay at the high end of that, could go up even more over the next couple years. But that does sort of average out and doesn't have complete spikes and valleys like it used to.
Just so everyone, this is not the Carolina Detention Center, this is
The regional, it's an
Regional.
18-county regional, that's where our offenders would go, though. It's,
our offenders, not,
yeah, we're not paying for
Carolina
anybody
Detention,
else's
yeah.
other than the operations, per diem, just like we pay per diem at the Pamunkey Regional Jail.
It's the one down near Hampton.
Correct.
Somewhere like
It's
that,
in
Williamsburg.
James City County.
James City, yeah. Okay.
Number 16, I'm getting close. There's also in the General Assembly a proposed mandated $1,000 bonus for all comp board funded positions. And so that gets interesting. Same with everything else they mandate. How do you split that up? I've got 52 comp board funded positions and 42 county-only positions across all the comp board jobs. So it really works out to 94,000, of which we would get 52,000 and have to put in 42,000 of our own money. But that is a major increase to the budget. If that sticks, that's in the House version or the Senate, the House version. So who knows whether it'll make it through. Number 7.
Mr. Cully, stop it. I always have an issue when we have a mandated anything without funding. But yet some of the counties across the Commonwealth don't do mandated. You say it's mandated. What's driving that?
You could, I assume it's one that you could just not take that 52,000, not give that bonus.
What's that? Repeat that if you would.
I'd have to look into that. Most of the time, you can just not take that comp board 52,000 and not give the bonus. All the state's requiring you to do is to give that to the eligible comp board employees. What I'm saying is it creates a big disparity when you have the same person doing the exact same job that are not funded by the comp board, and they don't even know that. I mean, that's all internal. They don't know, when you're working, you don't know whether you're comp board funded or county funded. So that's what makes that disparity, is when most counties have what we have, about double the amount of comp board people working, which we almost do at 42. And that includes people in the treasurer's office, the commissioner of revenue's office.
Right.
So do you leave those folks?
So that's why, it is, I look at it as a requirement. It's about a $42,000 mandate, but budget to budget is 94,000 we currently don't have. We've got the revenue in, but we don't have the expense in, so it's an increase.
But I think we kind of need to explain that so everybody understands. The state, which is the comp board, determines the number of employees they think the county needs.
Correct.
And based on that number, the county then says, we really can't survive with just those number of people, so we pay for X number more all ourselves.
Correct.
Now, even though this is not the example, but in the sheriff's office, half of those deputies are fully funded by the county.
Correct.
So it's like 25 paid for by the comp board, 25 by the county.
Well,
Close to that.
Well, yeah,
and I know you're gonna get to that, but that's just a real good example. They say that's all we need, but we can't survive with that number. So when they get a mandated raise, we have to provide a raise for everybody.
Correct. And you've got a piece of it, but for clarity, let me point out how much worse it actually is. So the comp board also determines the salary. So for those deputies, they say they were worth $28,000 and we're paying 46.
Right.
So they reimburse me only 50% of what the deputy salary they set is. We're paying a much higher rate as it is, and the sheriff will, I'm sure, tell you it's way underneath everybody else. So we don't even get 50% of the ones they say they fund, and then they throw other mandates and increases on. So like when they say 5%, they're giving 5% of the comp board funded salary.
Right.
And on top of that, Mr. Cully, they don't pay anything for fire and rescue.
Correct, that's 100% us.
That's 100% county, so they're not in the comp board at all.
Right, and that $1,000 bonus is not for them at all. That's just the commissioner, treasurer, clerk of the circuit court, Commonwealth attorney, and sheriff's office. So it's just the constitutional offices that they've done that. And I don't know that it'll stick. I just have to put these things in the budget until such time as they do or don't remain, and that they haven't finished theirs, and they're not coming back till April's something.
And Mr. Cully, that's what I'm always interested in, is the amount of money that we, the citizens, fund for those positions that they supposedly are being funded through the state, but when you shake it out, they're funding 25% of
Something like
a
that.
person's salary.
Correct.
But they yet say that they're funding it, and therefore this is mandated. So they really need to understand the burden that they're carrying as a result of some of these mandates that really are not valid to me at all, to be honest with you. Because they actually just turn over the apple cart in terms of our pay scale for our employees, which is really kind of unacceptable, but that's the way it is. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, my whole career. Where am I? 17.
And it's not politics either, it's everybody.
Right.
It's not one party, it's everybody.
No, everybody does. Number 17 is increase for maintenance service contracts of $88,389, and that's in the IT department, both with the new software that we've picked up, plus additional security software and things that we've had to purchase to maintain the network. Our service contracts have gone up 176%.
Speaking of IT, Mr. Cully, will this move us forward as the issues with IT continue with scamming and all of the phishing and all of the issues? Is this going to get us where we need to go? Are we on the beginning path? We're going to need to revisit this again.
Good.
What do we look like in terms of our IT department?
I think we've purchased and doing about 100% of what we can do within reason right now, and that's what I'm getting from David. So as he comes to me with things that we need, I go, we got to get it, because
But I
we
wanna
can't operate without
Right,
it.
but I want to be proactive rather than reactive.
I think we're trying.
You said with what we have, so is this going to be able to push us further down the road, and we'll need to come back in a couple of years and look, or not even a couple of years, in a year and look again?
Well,
As
technology's
technology
always
changes
changing,
daily.
so we
You might
look
look
back.
next month or
That's
next
right.
week, because
Yes.
that's what it is.
Are we preparing mentally to do that?
With
So
the
as
software
things change.
with the software we've just purchased and got running is something that's very, very forward for us, as for everything that we're doing. So I do believe that until things change again, we're as protected as we can be. I mean, that's David's primary job, is to make sure we have network security.
Right.
I mean, the reality is the people behind the emails, all of the users are the biggest protection we have.
Right, and we train on that all the time.
Yeah, you're just gonna fix a problem with the software.
Right.
You can't stop the problem if I click on a bad
link.
email.
And trust me, that training is ongoing all the time, and reminded of department heads to remind their employees. When the thing started overseas in Eastern Europe, we sent out reminders again of how critical it was gonna be not to click on anything, because of the uptick in things, what is going on, what we're getting is tremendous.
It's bad, because we've all gotten emails from Gary Wilson that are a phishing email, because it's not really from Gary, and I called them to say that you send this email, and
It's not him.
if you click on it, you ruin the whole network, so.
And we're all real subject, because we all get the emails. Hey, you didn't respond to my last email. I talked to you, and, you know, I'm always fearful I'm missing somebody's email that's a constituent, but when it
click on
starts out
anything.
the way it does, you just can't even begin to think about it.
Don't click a link.
Always find out who it's from. You can click on who it's from without destroying anything, but.
Yeah, right click on the.
I always look
email.
for a phone number. If there's not a phone number in there, I'm not messing with it.
Well, I called you when you were lost somewhere. I got an email from
Need
Jeff.
money.
Yeah, that's
I
right,
got
need
an email
money.
from Jeff.
That's right. Item number 19, getting close to the end, increase in health insurance for the 5 new employees that were mentioned above, $79,325. And that was not in that overall health insurance number I gave you at the top. I've subtracted these numbers for health insurance out of that number 1 overall health insurance number. Number 20, there was that proposed mandate we already talked about for the 5% increase in the sheriff's deputies, and that's $50,366. And there again, that's a mandate for the half the deputies, but we've looked at it as we're doing it for all of them. All sworn personnel in the sheriff's office. And then number 21 is there are an increase in part-time positions in the budget, 3 of which are in recreation. The amount's not much, $28,760. Now the fun part, there's a decrease in the remaining general fund budget of $193,691 after you subtract all those things I added up out of the overall increase. And the big number, and you can probably, as you think about this, will understand why, there's a decrease in transfer to utilities in the amount of $503,842.48. Reason for that is we have an increase in connection, especially on the commercial side, along with the residential is fairly high. Finally, yes.
Can we go back a second to those part-time people?
Certainly.
Does that include the litter pickup folks that we had?
Yeah, I'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
All right, I've got, next slide, 14 full-time positions were requested in the general fund budget and through utilities. 5 of those positions were funded. 30 public safety positions were requested, 19 of those, all in fire, were funded. There were some in the sheriff's office, and I really want to look at trying to fund some extras, but we have a long-standing issue with open positions, so I'd like to start running closer to full before we add. So maybe next year we'll be able to add some of those positions, because as we continue to grow in the neighborhoods and in the commercial, I do firmly believe we're going to need some extra sheriff's deputies. The other thing I'll add on those 19 fire positions, they're only for 6 months. One of them is a little longer than that, and that's a training lieutenant to be brought on board to be able to train these people when they come on, because we're having to hire untrained folks. And the expenses in the budget are for 6 months. We've also applied for a SAFER grant and hope we'll be awarded that $1 million SAFER grant, which will ultimately help fund this for a couple of years. And we have that in the revenue side. I'm gonna need a sip of water. And so for the regular non-public safety employees, I mentioned it, and 5% COLA or $1.50 per hour. That is for full and part-time, and that is all for scheduled to be effective July the 1st. So the $11 an hour employees that are at minimum wage now would move to $12.50, which equals a 13.64% increase. And when you get over to solid waste, I found as I was working on that, I had an even worse problem. So at solid waste, I'm recommending the $1.50 increase plus 15 cents per hour per year of service. And one of the things I saw is we have a current employee that's been with us 29 years, and I don't know the months, that when we move the rate to $11, which we've already had to do because it went up in January, they're making $1.31 more than that with almost 30 years of service. So what I've worked out adjusts all of the folks based on how long they've been there, and it does put this person that's been here 29 years at what is the top of the pay grade almost, right at, because we have a pay grade for those positions. So I feel that what I've recommended does work within the pay scale. The yearly credit would place the same employee $6.71 above minimum wage with almost 30 years of work, which I think is a whole lot fairer to those folks that have stuck with us in solid waste for all these years. And I showed you the cost of that was $86,000. Revenues. The proposed general fund revenues of $58,990,572. And the proposed transfer from the unrestricted fund balance, last year I did budget a little bit of the budget based on that balance and number, is $498,026.41, which is $39,091.58, or 7.28% less than this current budget year. So I'm not asking to take more money out of the fund balance, basically about the same as we have in this current budget. Your next slide is your favorite slide, proposed tax rates. As in last year, I stood up and told you I needed 11 cents. This year, I'm asking for no change in real estate, and I did promise you that last year that we would live with that rate. The proposed amount for that is $25,624,129. It's an increase of $482,529 just in growth and some anticipated growth in some commercial buildings that we think will be built at some point during the year. Personal property, and we talked about this a little bit at our last meeting where we recommended you go to public hearing to eliminate this sticker, which is $30 per vehicle. The budget amount for FY22 was $10,454,544. The proposed amount for FY23 is $595,135. That's an increase of $2,140,591, or about 20%. Vehicles are up about 34%.
But we did reduce their personal property rate by 30 cents per hundred.
Correct, and I'm proposing in this, and those values are based on $3.50 per 100 instead of $3.80. And that should be said on there somewhere. Yeah, personal property reduced. So I would recommend going to public hearing with the tax rate of real estate is the same rate it is today, which I think is 77 cents. And I was gonna look that up just to get to it, but, and reduce personal property from $3.80 to $3.50, and would also recommend you drop the $30. And I'll show you on the next page if I got it stuck in there right now. That's a little bit hard to read. I'm sorry. This is directly from the Commissioner's office, and I'll read some of these things to you just so you can understand it. So if you had a 2020 Ford F-150, in 21, we had a value on that of $34,404, and your taxes were $1,307.35. In unheard of times, in 22, that same truck is worth $41,907, which means at the 380, your taxes would have gone up $287 to $1,594.86. But at 350, it will only have gone up $161 to $1,468.95. But you can take $30 off of that, so the overall increase on that vehicle is $131, not as bad as that looks. Now, you study this as you work your way down to older cars. You're talking about $17, $50. But what David gave us was the average account. Excuse me.
While you take that sip of water, these values, you mentioned the Commissioner of Revenue. These values don't come from the Commissioner of Revenue directly, but come from DMV.
Correct.
So it's not the county setting the rate, it's DMV setting the rate, saying, I never would believe this, but your car is actually appreciating in value.
Yeah, NADA. NADA is where we get the information. The reason I said the Commissioner of Revenue, because this sheet came from him, it's not anything we made.
Yeah.
So it's their work because they can look at the whole file, we can't. In 21, the average tax per account was $525.40. In 22, it would be at 380, $634.20. But if you go down to 350, the average would be $584.31, minus $30 for every car they had on that account. Tamika, you might have to finish this. The water didn't help. You're kidding. I sold mine too soon.
You can't get, the problem is you can't buy a new vehicle.
You can't get one.
And they're actually charging $3,000 to $5,000 over sticker, which is what's driving up used cars.
Correct. Overview of schools. The school's operation fund requested was $54,205,631, which was increasing $6,755,716, or 14.24%. The school operation fund proposed is $52,568,835, increasing $5,118,920, or 10.79%. The school's request for local transfer for operations was $16,480,271, increasing $1,133,309, or 7.38%. The proposed local transfer for operation is $15,346,962, which was the same as the FY '22, so it's school's recommended level funded. CIP, overall county CIP, $3,052,675. Sheriff Fire Rescue Vehicles, $2,852,675, and that's financed, lease purchase.
Those numbers aren't showing up.
Yeah, they didn't get.
Box needs to be bigger, I think.
For infrastructure, we have voting machines at $150,000, and that's proposed as a transfer from CDF, the Caroline Detention Facility. Infrastructure for the gym floor, for the center is $50,000, and that's the first phase, and we're proposing to have that financed. The school CIP, as proposed, is $914,509, and that's an increase of $14,820, or 1.65%. We have the scheduled 5 bus replacements without air conditioning at $579,509, and that will be a transfer from general fund. Maintenance and student transport
Wait, before you go on, the 5 bus replacements you said without air conditioning is what the schools requested?
They requested with air conditioning. It's about $20,000 difference.
Oh, okay, okay.
Maintenance and student transport vehicles is $105,000. It's 2 vehicles, and that's going to be a lease purchase. They have also requested maintenance grounds equipment, and that's $130,000. We will also do a lease purchase on that. Staff computers and classroom technology is $100,000, and we will do a transfer from the Caroline Detention Facility. And that concludes the presentation. Are there any questions?
I do have one, but I'll wait. Mr. Forehand, any questions?
Not right now. I would just like to see everything and digest it.
Right. Mr. Black?
Mr. Cully, I just have, I don't know, you okay to speak?
Do my best.
What was the genesis on flat funding of the schools? Why, I mean, I normally I know the schools usually get pretty angry with us at times that we're not giving them enough. But what was the reason that in the budget there was a decision that was made to flat fund them this year,
Because
considering
they were
we're
getting
making?
so much money from the state. Normally when they're after us for not keeping up.
We're making $2 million more dollars in revenue from our personal property.
Correct. If you have an amount.
I know it's our
we certainly
decision in the
can
end,
put
but
it
I don't understand where the genesis came from. The second thing I have a question on is we're adding 19 firefighters, we're adding 8 employees. We have 9 employees. We have 1 office in this county that makes us money. 1. And it's economic development. And we, for whatever reason, I don't understand why, yeah, we're doing well right now, but I mean, you know, the times aren't gonna go, what's the genesis by not adding someone to that office? If we have, that's the one revenue maker that we have.
It wasn't requested by the department head, and we did have all the other requests, and I couldn't fund all of those, so
Okay.
I guess it wasn't something that I felt was a top priority.
Okay.
Let me say, Mr. Black, you have a point. I'm not concerned about the budget yet. We're gonna go through that. We'll have time to. I think you're correct in the assessment of economic development, and I've made this point. This probably be my 10th time that there are too many single points of failure in the county that we have to address having additional resources as the county grows. And we can kick this can down the road and we kick it down the road, but the reality of it is the county is growing. We need additional services in all departments, but we need human capital in most of our departments to even come up to snuff from 2008. And that's a big issue. We're no longer operating on a 2008 format, that we need to get up to 2023 very quickly in terms of making sure we have personnel to do the job within the county. So it's going to be a good discussion, and I welcome that discussion going further. Mr. Thomas?
Yes, Mr. Cully, you have in the budget 19 firefighters, and I know it's March and we don't really adopt the budget until maybe April or May. Seriously doubt that you're gonna be able to hire 19 firefighters between May and July 1st, right?
No, they're 6 months. Remember that sheet?
It's 6 months later.
Yeah, so they're coming in January, with one coming in at 9 months of, which is a lieutenant for training.
Okay.
Because the chief had asked for
So
training lieutenant to
okay.
train all these people that we can't hire already trained.
So it will have the budget impact probably that you think it will.
I mean, it'll have what I've got in here, it'll be worse next year.
Yeah, I mean, but for right now, if they were in the budget for July 1,
They're not.
it would be a much bigger impact.
Their health insurance and all that's figured in for
Okay,
January.
for 9 months. And I talked to the sheriff today. I think we have 5 openings right now. So
I have it in my chart, I can tell you.
that's another issue we need to take care of. All right, that was, oh, can you send me this, Ms. Smith?
Mrs. Long, thank you, I'm sorry, Ms. Thomas.
We will have a work
Oh,
session.
you were gonna have several work sessions.
Oh, I had that
So
on the sheet
I'll
somewhere.
I'll save comments for
Right.
work session then. Thank you.
My last sheet didn't show.
Mr. Cully, I'll just, while you're looking at that, I'll just add one comment. And when we talked about our hourly employee pay scale, you know, you and I have talked about that, and I think we have to start looking at salaried employees versus hourly employees, scales differently. 15% or 10% to someone making $10 an hour is not the same. And so we're really gonna have to bite the bullet at some point if we're gonna keep quality employees.
Well, that's
And
what
for
I tried to do in this, so all the hourly
And
employees are.
Right, and I appreciate what you
$1.50.
did this time, that was part of our conversation, I appreciate that. But I just want to emphasize to you that we still have to do more, that while I'm pleased with what we've started here, we have a long way to go in terms of making sure that we're doing our due diligence to our hourly folks as well. I mean, they do a great service to the county. If people start pulling our hourly employees away from us, we're going to see that, you know, they do one heck of a job.
I agree.
And we can't afford to let that happen because we're not willing to bite the bullet for our hourly employees. Most of these people take it on as second jobs, or some will have retired and use it as additional income. It's not that much, but when we talk about our hourly folks versus our salaried folks and look at the numbers and in the terms of increase, it's kind of discouraging to me. And I just believe we can do better for the folks who get the least amount of money to show them that we do care, even if we have to put some type of time served and bonus in place, something that we can do to let people know that we appreciate them. I would just think we just need to go just a step further. So I appreciate what you're doing, but I think we can go a little further. Thank you. Any other board comments?
And the work session we have on the budget needs to include the CIP too,
Yes.
because we need to figure out how we handle that.
Can you do this page? I don't know why that didn't come on the screen.
Oh, it's okay. So here we are, we have some decisions. The budget has not been advertised. Our next regular scheduled meeting is April the 12th. And that would be, of course, the earliest date. Otherwise, we can have a special meeting on the 19th or the 26th of April would be needed. An adoption would happen after a minimum of 7 days, and that's what's required by state code. The public hearing for the reduction in personal property tax rate and the adoption of the real estate rate as the same can be scheduled for the same date as the budget.
Give me those dates again.
Yes, sir. So our next regular scheduled meeting is April the 12th,
Correct.
and we can make that. Otherwise, we'd have to have a special meeting on the 19th or the 26th.
You're
So-
saying the public hearing for the budget
Yes, sir.
can be the 12th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, we can.
But we can have the public hearing
Yeah, we can. yeah,
You can have the
schedule.
public, oh,
after a work session or before a work session. It's probably a good idea to have
Yes.
both.
you can have a work session before and after,
after,
or
right.
after,
Yeah.
however you want to handle
Right.
that.
But then we can do the tax rate right now.
Okay, so, but it is important that we
It's
set
gotta
the-
be a public hearing first.
Yes.
Oh, I know, but if you're not gonna vote for a tax increase, I'm just saying you could do it right now, but I understand. Go ahead.
Okay, so it is important that we set the tax rates as early as possible to allow for the tax bills to be processed and mailed in early May for the June 5th due date. Staff recommends advertising the budget and the tax rates for the April 12th meeting. And work sessions can be conducted both before and after. So before and after the 12th, if necessary.
Is it,
But you can adopt the tax rate on the 12th,
right.
but not the budget. So we'd adopt the
Adopt
real
the
estate
budget.
tax as such, the same as last year, and then we'd adopt the reduction of the proposed personal property from
property tax.
380 to 350. Yes, sir.
All on the 12th.
On the 12th.
Right.
You only have to wait 7
Public
days
hearing.
if there's an increase? I'm sorry. You only have to wait 7 days if there's an increase?
I think adoption requires a minimum of 7 days by state code either way. On the budget, but not the tax rate.
Okay. So we don't really have to adopt the budget until June 30th at 11:59 legally.
Well, you've got to give the schools their number by, technically,
Right.
legal by May 1st, so if
So
you
they
go
can
that
send out
number, you don't
contract.
get the rec.
But I mean, we can adopt the budget, I guess, April
April
26th.
26th. You have the
Yeah.
19th and the 26th remaining in April.
Yeah. That's kind of the way we normally do it. We adopt the tax rate
Early.
earlier, because
Right.
that gives the commissioner of revenue and the
Yes.
treasurer a chance to get started. And then we try to massage the numbers based on that.
We have 2 meetings in April, don't we? No. Oh, no, we
No.
only have
No,
one.
we just
So we
have the
need to-
12th.
So we need to
Currently.
actually have a 26th
So we need
meeting,
to-
is what you're saying.
So you
let's
want
go
to do,
back.
so you'd like to do the public hearing for the tax rates on the 12th, and then the public hearing for the budget on the 26th? Is that what I'm hearing?
Right, correct. We will need to schedule,
You can do the public hearing on the budget as presented and make any changes you want to it on the 12th. Have work sessions.
We do them
And
both
then
on the
adopt.
12th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Do them both on the
And then
12th.
I
come
think we
back
should
on
do
the
them both on
26th.
the 12th, because that gives us input, then we can then work on
Then
the.
we can have a work session maybe the 19th, or
Right.
whatever that is. And
You can do the
then,
19th or the 26th for your work session.
no, then we do a work session on the 19th and then adopt on the
So
26th.
we do the 12th to adopt the tax rates and
Correct.
the budget.
Correct.
Sorry, the public hearing
On
for
the
the
12th,
12th
right.
for both the tax rates and the budget,
Correct.
okay?
and then,
Adopt the tax rate on the 12th,
that's correct.
okay? And then we'd have a budget work session on the 19th or 26th, or
Correct.
both.
We'll do the 19th,
Okay, all right, so,
and then we'll work session.
yes,
And then we'll do.
Adopt it on the 26th.
Adopt it on the, then we'll have a meeting on the 26th, which would be a new meeting, so we need to advertise that for the 26th.
okay, so you will have a work session on the 19th,
Correct.
and then your plan is to adopt the budget on the 26th,
That's correct.
okay?
That would be a special meeting that would have to be advertised.
We're only having one work
So
session.
you'll recess out of the 12th to the 19th.
What's that?
When we close the April 12th
12,
meeting, we'll recess to the 19th.
Correct.
And
Mr.
then from the 19th, we'll recess to the 26th.
26, correct.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
Mr. Black, you had a question about,
We're only having
only
one
having
work,
one work session?
yeah, we're only having one work session.
If we need another, then we can make choices if we can't.
Would you like to do a work session
What the-
before the 26th meeting?
No, let's do the 12th. Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, if we don't get it done, then we'll continue. Let's go ahead and leave it, Ms. Smith, if you would leave it like you have it.
Okay.
The 12th, we'll take care of, that on the 12th. We'll come back on the 19th through the work session, and we'll plan on adopting the budget on the 26th. Should we need additional time, we'll continue to the 26th. If we need to meet early, we'll do that.
Okay.
Okay.
I will just add that special session for the General Assembly is not reconvening until at some point in April.
That'll be fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
We may have to go with Thursday
Yes.
or Friday.
And which we can do.
The 24th, we can get the school numbers.
Right. So we're good.
27th, 28th.
Any other comments from board members regarding the budget? Thank you, Mr. Cully. Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Next on the agenda is consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
I will second that and highlight National Library Week is April 3rd through 9th.
So noted, Mr. Thomas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we are behind exactly 7:42.
Yeah, but we did a
I'm gonna go ahead and do public hearing first. I want to hear to do the public comment first. It's 7:30 now, it's 7:42. I'd like to go ahead and, want to take a break first? Let's do that, yeah. All right. Yeah, let's do. Now we'll go ahead and, next on the agenda is public comments. Public comment is an opportunity for any citizen or anyone to speak regarding any matter within the county which is not here for tonight for public hearing. Please address the issue, address all comments to the board, not to individuals, and you will have 3 minutes to express your concerns to the board. Public comment is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak this evening? Come forward, please. State your name and your magisterial district.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Janice Sadler, and I live in the Madison District, soon to be the Port Royal District, is my understanding. Is that,
Like, boo, because I like you in my district.
I know you do. I'll still bring you Dr. Peppers, it's fine. Mr. Chairman and board members, as I stated, my name is Janice Sadler, and I live at 7019 Gatewood Road. Oh, you don't need my address? Okay, thank you. Oh, I don't care. I would like to say, first of all, I am not against Mr. B's Bluegrass Festival Park. I would like to say that where I'm not against Mr. B's park, Mr. Bosserman's permission to operate a small business in Caroline County, I am here to say that I am against the ability of Mr. Bosserman or any business owner in Caroline County to simply place blame of blatant violations of conditional use permits. Use permits on users of the property, such as renters or such who's using the facility for a certain occasion. Responsible owners of such venues should instead work to maintain compliance and conditions that were agreed upon and to obey as conditions of using this property for such events. Venue is located in a rural area, and I believe Mr. Forehand, our current supervisor, is aware of the issues that takes place on this properties. Caroline County dispatch records will reflect a number of callers that complained on numerous events which were held on the property belonging to Mr. Bosserman. The complaints would not have occurred if Mr. Bosserman was held to the same standards required by larger venues, including those imposed on the Virginia Farm Bureau and the Virginia State Fair of Virginia. Unruly crowds or large unruly crowds are allowed to congregate without sufficient law enforcement on the property. And by no means do I think that on duty, law enforcement officers should ever be pulled away from any responding to emergency calls to restore order at a planned event. Sufficient law enforcement is to maintain peace and to protect the rights of the property owners and should be a requirement of any permit that relaxes standards. So I ask the question, when does it become the responsibility of the property owner to maintain peace on his own property? I admit the size of the events held at the location are much smaller than others in Caroline County. However, the number of houses within a few hundred yards of his venue are nearly equal to that of a few number of houses located within an earshot of the Meadow Event Park. If Mr. Boserman cannot control the noise levels coming from his property, he should be required to construct some form of sound barriers that will control the noise and the bass spilling from his property and penetrating the housing in our usually very quiet neighborhood. I cannot help but remember, I believe it was last year, that an event that was held on this property leased by a promoter from its owner, Mr. Boserman. The event, I believe, was a car or motorcycle type of show. The music levels far exceeded the limits imposed by the county under the conditional use permit. If the noise levels are maintained at the recommended levels, noise would not exceed a normal conversation at the property line. Mr. B's property line is approximately 300 feet of heavily wooded land from my home. At the required levels, I should not hear music in my house with the windows and doors closed and AC units running. On this evening, I could not only hear the noise inside, but it was loud enough inside my house to keep any normal person from sleeping.
30 seconds, please.
Okay, I'm almost finished. On this particular occasion, the noise was loud enough to rattle windows and doors till nearly 2 a.m. in the morning, ending with a fireworks celebration that was held from 2 a.m. to 2:30. While Mr. Boserman's is limited to a few events per year, respectively, I would ask the board, how many nights would you like to go without sleep this summer? And I thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Is there anyone who'd like to speak during public comment? I see him coming. I see him.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, I just listened to Mr. Culley's proposal, and I know you guys have a tough job. But I need to let you know again, I'm here on behalf of the Sheriff's Office, and my name's Tony Lippa, and I've been here since 1979. And in doing so, our county has grown leaps and bounds. And that's great that we're getting 19 firefighters. I like to see the firefighters, I like to see the rescue squad people as I'm getting older. That's who I need. But the way we've grown, I saw no increase whatsoever for the Sheriff's Office here. I put you all on notice several years ago about our problems and our issues, and it deals with a lot of money. We are still 5 vacancies down. Most agencies around us overhire because of what's happened to law enforcement nowadays. And we can't compete when you look at $46,000 now for our deputies, and I thank you because we needed that. But we're faced even with Mary Washington University police making $61,000. Regardless of the money, we still have attracted people. We've just had 2 of them recently come aboard. But I've heard nothing for our dispatchers. Our E911, we have a total of 13. We haven't increased dispatch since 1991. I want our residents to understand that. I've asked for those. We don't get them. It takes us a year to train people. And you know, you guys have a tough job. But you better think about what you're gonna do for public safety, meaning the Sheriff's Office and the dispatchers, because they take all those calls. You know what happened on 95 here. My people were taxed with that. First Sergeant Davenport, she even applied when I was the first sergeant here. And they're shorthanded. So we can't depend on the state police to do our job. They depend on us to do their job, because that's what's happening. The accidents and crashes you're talking about, I send out a weekly report. And in essence, the state police helps us with all personal injuries and fatalities. Everything else, our people handle for our residents. I just can't emphasize enough when you need to look at our growth. And God bless us that we're growing, but we still haven't planned for it. Look at all these subdivisions. And unfortunately, Maury Heights 3, where I live now, that we just sold, hopefully, we've increased so many people there, and we don't know where they're all coming from. But they're filling up the houses, and the calls for services are coming, whether it's Brookwood, whether it's Ladysmith Village. Everyone's growing around us except for our patrol force and our dispatchers. So thank you. I don't know what else I can say.
Thank you, Chair Filippa. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Last call. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Seeing no one coming forward, public comment is closed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a 10-minute real-time break, and we'll come back and we will open up with our public hearings for this evening. So it is now 7:51. We will, I think my watch is right, 7:51. We'll be back at 8 o'clock. Thank you. We are in recess. I'll call the Caroline County Board of Supervisors, March 22nd, back to order. We will start with our public hearings for tonight. RZ 08-2021, Monticello Manor Associates LLC. Mr. Fincham. Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, your first four public hearings tonight relate to one item, which is a solar energy facility to be located off of Industrial Drive in the Milford District. There are four separate requests by the applicant related to this proposed solar energy facility. The first is a rezoning of the property from M1 industrial to rural preservation. If the board will recall, the solar energy provisions of the ordinance allow these projects in a rural preservation district, not in an industrial district, owing to a number of factors, including the location of utility lines, things like that. So the first request is to actually rezone a piece of property from M1 to rural preservation, which then in theory allows the board to continue with consideration of a special exception request. There's also a special exception request to allow the minor solar energy facility within an area designated as a 100-year floodplain. Now, state regulations allow solar energy projects to be located within a floodplain subject to obvious development standards. When we prepared our ordinances, we actually wanted to encourage those facilities to be located outside of the 100-year floodplain.
And Mr. Fincham, let me just stop you just for a second. Now you're referring to special exception 12-2021.
Yes, sir.
Would you refer to each special exception as you
Yes, sir.
speak to those?
Yes, sir.
We don't run them all together.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So SBX 12-21
Thank you.
is a request to allow the facility to be located within a 100-year floodplain. And the way our ordinance is written, they can make that request of the board. SBX 13-2021 is a request to allow the facility to be located within a half mile of a primary growth area. If you will recall, we created buffers around our growth areas to make sure the board could look at making sure there was no encroachment on the planned development in those growth areas. In this case, that encroachment abuts an industrial park in the Milford area. So an argument can be made that this use is not inconsistent with the industrial use across the street. And the last special exception, SBX 14-2021, is the actual request for the solar energy facility itself, as all the other facilities have come before the board. You have to have the first three public hearings, and the board has to take an affirmative vote on the first three to actually get to SPX 14-2021. So a vote to deny any one of the first three requests effectively dooms the remainder of the requests.
Okay.
The Planning Commission held its public hearings and did forward these items to the board with a recommendation of approval. The conditions for each one are contained in the staff reports.
Thank you, Mr. Fincham. I'll go back to RZ 08-2021, and I think we're going to handle all four. So is the applicant here this evening? Would you like to speak regarding your request?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Tyson. I'm with Commonwealth Energy Partners, 1310 Roseneath Road in Richmond, Virginia. And I do have slides that are available for the presentation here, and I understand that those would be projected also onto the screens.
Your last name again, sir?
Yes, sir. It's UTT. UTT.
UTT, thank you.
Yes, just those 3 letters.
Thank you, that's good. You're all right with it, okay.
All right, and so my hope is that if we can pull up the presentation.
And you're going to speak to all 4?
Yes, sir.
Would you, as I mentioned to Mr. Fincham, as you get to the special exception, would you note?
Yes, sir.
And then speak? Thank you.
Okay. The presentation is coming up, so just a moment. And just while that is being pulled up, I think just being cognizant of the time and the 4 different pieces of it, I'll just integrate them into one presentation in a way that kind of puts them in the context, but as you requested. Yes, sir. You got a copy of that?
Yes.
There? Okay, great. Okay, so just as I mentioned at the outset, Commonwealth Energy Partners, also known as CEP Solar, focused on solar development here in Virginia, and we do have this project here on the agenda tonight. Overall, our objective here really is to introduce, first of all, the company itself. Also explain like our due diligence process in identifying suitable site locations, as well as this specific project and some of the criteria that's been applied there as well in terms of doing the studies to date, engaging with the community, as well as the overall project schedule and economic benefits. So just very briefly, one slide on the company and generally our focus. Our mission is to empower the clean economy in Virginia. My partner and I, who formed this company, we've been involved in the solar industry for well over a decade, constructing projects, not only here in Virginia, but as well in other states. And now that there really is an opportunity for projects to be developed within Virginia, focused on projects that are closer to our own communities ourselves. And so we'd love to be able to see those opportunities not only for the environmental aspects, but also the economic development aspects that the projects can bring. When we are investigating new sites that could be candidates for projects, we do want to first start with the county's data itself. Engaging with stakeholders, understanding the lay of the land, incorporating this into our GIS system so that we can understand not only from an environmental perspective, but also from a cultural, a land use, and compatibility perspective. I think the last time that I spoke to you all was last May during the ordinance process. Again, I know that you've heard it before from myself and others, but commending you all on the thoroughness of that ordinance and looking at all these criteria, outlining not only how does it fit into the county's overarching plans and the comprehensive plan or into the broader ordinance, but then the detail of the solar ordinance itself to make sure that each project is designed and built in a way that is compatible for the long-term operation of the facility. So for us, really, again, it begins with incorporating the goals and objectives of the county itself, and then looking at each individual site on its own merits. And we'd like to just walk you through the details of this particular project. Any project in Virginia that's going to go through this permitting process, there really are 3 different layers to it. This is the first layer or step of that process where you need to conduct the county zoning approval. That approval needs to be secured before the project can even apply to the state, DEQ, for the state level permit process. That involves the coordination with their sister agencies, DCR, DHR, and others to really have the expertise in the areas of wetland mitigation, stormwater management, wildlife, other criteria that we know has been of particular importance to Caroline County. And then beyond that, depending upon the site characteristics itself, may also involve a level of federal permitting if there are Trainee species or larger amounts of wetland impacts will be made. In this particular case, we do not have any Trainee species on the project site, and we also plan to avoid or minimize impacts to wetlands that would not require an individual Army Corps permit. So we really are focused on this first being the county process for zoning, and the next step for us would be at the state level through DEQ. This is just highlighting again for your benefit and everyone, the fact that we are actively working on 2 projects in Caroline County. We understand that there have been a number of applications that came in after the ordinance was passed. These are the sites that we really have been focused on to try and promote as early projects with some good attributes. We have been working to modify the Woodford project, and that's going to be a part of the agenda for next month. And today is really focused on Project A, which is the Ladder Solar Facility in the Mattaponi District. This project is mostly located within the Solar Energy Overlay District. The criteria there in terms of being located close to the existing transmission lines, as well as some of the other criteria that was outlined there. And I'll be speaking through, just as was mentioned earlier, what those criteria are and why it is that we need to have a special exception specific to the growth area waiver. So this slide is a little bit dense just in terms of the detail there, but to your request, it does begin with RZ 08 2021. That is the rezoning of the Monticello track. It's 55A 93. This is one of the 2 parcels. It represents about 1/3 of the overall project area. It is currently zoned M1. As mentioned before, this project is adjacent to the industrial facilities there along Industrial Drive, but this is on the western side of the railroad tracks. And this particular parcel is already shown in the 2030 comprehensive plan as RP into the future. And so from a land use perspective, it seems like it would be an appropriate conversion there to RP. The second is going to be SPEX 12 2021. And this really has to do with the fact that, yes, we understand that projects were, through the ordinance, encouraged to not be sited within floodplains. You can understand that from a logical first step, but that also the board included the discretion to look at every project on a case-by-case basis, specifically when it comes to floodplain and some other criterias. In this case, we can talk through how the project can be designed, as with other projects that are operating today throughout the country, in floodplain in a way that can be done safely without harm to public or to the county's natural resources. And then third, the SPX 13, this is the growth area buffer. And as was kind of mentioned before, the fact that this project is, and I'll show this on a slide in just a moment, on the western side of the CSX, railroad tracks. And in consultation with staff and others looking at what are the implications of that and the inability for there to be really industrial development on that side of the tracks where the project will be located due to lack of sewer and other infrastructure components that are there. And then as Mr. Finch mentioned earlier, it then all comes together in SPX 14 as the special exception permit for the project itself, up to 8 megawatts, inclusive of the conditions included in there, as well as the other applications mentioned before, and the state, and if necessary, federal permitting processes I mentioned on my prior slide. So those are the 4 different pieces for the overall project, but now my intent is to then pivot directly into the project itself with some more detailed background there. This is just an aerial image showing generally the lay of the land around the project, and a couple things I just wanted to highlight here. Again, as I mentioned, this project is over 150 acres, but about only 1/3 of that would be utilized for the solar project itself. The first blue arrow is indicating the fact that there are well-ended natural vegetative areas on site that will not be disturbed and would be preserved as a part of the project's plan. That's more detailed in the site plan that we can cover in a moment, as well as the fact that there is existing vegetation that parallels the railroad tracks between the project and Industrial Drive. And in most cases, there's also another layer of vegetation that then spans between the railroad tracks and the industrial facilities that you can see there on the east side of Industrial Drive. The aggregate facility for concrete production, the storage facilities, and natural gas storage facilities there as well. And then further down at the very bottom, just noting the fact that there's a point of entrance, that is where we would install some additional vegetative screening for the site, and I have some photos that will help demonstrate that. I understand that you all would have the packets in front of you that would show the greater detail and granularity of this site plan that's shown here. I'm happy to talk through any of those details. But again, this is envisioned as an up to 8 megawatt project, qualifying as a minor solar facility per the ordinance. And then as mentioned, of the 150 plus acres, about 96 acres of that are going to be preserved and undisturbed as a part of the project's development. The remainders are really for the placement of the panels focused on the existing open agricultural fields that are there on the property. And lastly, just how, again, our objective here at the end of the day is to be able to produce electricity. For demand, new electrons that are being produced today, if you are a utility and you're looking to source those electrons, solar is the least expensive option for you, even on an unsubsidized basis. And we are really responding to the demand factor for these products today. The next couple of slides here really just to help bring us in a little bit closer to the project site itself with a few photographs along Industrial Drive. Again, starting just from the very northern portion here, looking south, if you're familiar with Nelson Road, coming over the bypass or the overpass or the railroad tracks. You come down off Nelson, this is about a mile south of Milford, turn onto Industrial Drive, and this is the view there heading south towards the project site. The project would be off to the right from the angle which I'm looking at it here, behind the trees on the right side of the photograph, and beyond the railroad tracks that you can't see here. This is continuing down Industrial Drive just a little bit further till you get to the point of access for the property. And here you can see, looking across the railroad tracks and seeing the vegetation there. As mentioned earlier, this is where we would be placing some additional vegetative screening for the entrance of the project.
Is that the primary access for the parcel?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then lastly, here's a third photo. If you're all the way down at the kind of southern end of Industrial Drive, looking back towards where those other two photos were taken, again, you can see the vegetation on the left. With now the project is on the left side beyond the tracks there. And the vegetation you see beyond the tracks, that would also stay intact. And then to the right of the road, you can see the distribution lines that are there for the interconnection of the project. Because this is a minor solar facility, and it's also interconnecting to the local distribution grid, that project would then be delivered into the local demand. Just a few more slides really to encompass some of the efforts of development to date. This is noting the neighbor outreach. We understand this is a part of the process really to make sure that we're available and engaging with neighbors, so if they have questions or concerns, we can try to do our best to answer them. In this case, back in October, we circulated letters to all the adjacent neighbors, just providing information on the company and the project and some frequently asked questions for them, and following up with phone calls to make sure those were received, and if there were any questions or concerns, we were available to answer them. I do want to note how this project is really ideally suited not only for the proximity to the industrial facilities that are there, but also the fact that there aren't any occupied residences on adjacent parcels here. You have Industrial Drive on the east, and then you have the Mattapani beyond the retained vegetative areas to the north and really to the west, and then no residences to the south. So this is a project that once it's built and operating, wouldn't be visible by others. We do know that there are folks who would continue to want to be at the site or use the site for recreational purposes, and we want to be sure that we accommodate that, as well as being really over the requirements in terms of setbacks and buffers, so that any recreation in the area can be still enjoyed. But we just thought it was important, just given the fact that we know there are various projects and that there's really a real detailed process that Caroline County is undertaking right now to evaluate each of these and look at sort of what is the circumstances into which each of these projects would be placed and operating. Briefly, just to touch on the overarching project schedule, with our intent and objective to be able to construct the project in 2023 and have it operational by the end of that year. Again, just noting the detailed process that you all have been going through, including the conducting site visits that we had with members of the Planning Commission and others. We have been working through the permitting process since the time of the ordinance passing last year, and really at this point we're just focused on trying to maintain a parallel schedule with the utility grid's interconnection process. That too is a rather lengthy and detailed process, but both of those that culminate really in the approval of the project, not only from a zoning perspective, but from a regulatory and interconnection perspective, is really where most of our focus is. And then again, once through the county process, then engaging with DEQ, through the state PBR. I think that you all are probably familiar at this point with the timeframes for construction, that process. Happy to speak to any of that. But again, as a minor solar facility, this project easily could be constructed in a 6 to 9 month, if not less, timeframe, as well as expecting the operations to be quiet with minimal visits to the site for maintenance over a 40-year lifetime. And then, as is required by the ordinance, having a decommissioning bond in place so that there's financial security, ensuring that the project will be decommissioned and removed upon the conclusion of its operational life. And then lastly, just in terms of the economic benefits, I mean, we do think it's important, noting not only just, again, as I mentioned at the outset, the environmental aspect. Again, our objective here is to produce clean electricity to meet ongoing demand. There also is an important aspect to the economic development opportunity the projects present. Today, the property as is would continue to generate revenues. That's what that red line across the bottom is showing. Then when you're introducing solar, even in the case like this where you're utilizing just 1/3 of the property, you're then putting in place machinery and tools that can then be taxed at a higher rate, but then also with the revenue share approach, it's a very simple, straightforward formula to really be able to calculate that blue line, showing the increased revenues that the property would be able to generate as a result. So those really conclude the presentation. Again, I'm happy to answer questions and also happy to just participate after the public comment period. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'll go ahead and open up the comment, and then we'll, and then we'll, I'm sure we'll have questions. The public hearing for RZ 08-2021. Chris, can I go ahead and do all four, call one at a time? Just make sure
we can do the public comment on
all four. That's fine.
We're just going to give extra time to the public.
So we're going to combine the four public hearings since they're all part of one, and you can speak to any one of the four. So I'm going to open up the public hearing for RZ 08-2021. Special exception 12-2021, special exception 13-2021, and special exception 14-2021. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak regarding these matters? If you'd like to speak, please come forward, state your name and your magisterial district.
No addresses.
Yeah, no addresses, just your name and magisterial, your voting district.
All right, good evening. My name is John O'Brooks. I'm in the Mattaponi district. I'm an adjacent landowner to this solar ladder project, and I access my property via right-of-way through an easement through the middle of this farm. I own the property in the very back by the river. I've been in contact with Tyson and Joseph ever since the very beginning of this project, and I'm here to share my observations and perspectives with you guys, same as I shared with them, to help make a good decision for our county. I'm very familiar with this stretch of river, very passionate about this property in this stretch of river. This land has been in my family for 34 years, and I'm here frequently, in and out, and my concern really is I've seen this place underwater multiple times, and I just want to perceive that this river, especially in the fall and the winter months, can be pretty big and pretty powerful. I guess my example would be November 2020. I guess to get my point across, one example. November 2020, not this past November, but the November before. Honestly, if anybody in here would have tried to drive in that place, then I don't think we'd be talking about putting a solar panel farm there. As I remember, there was a storm, and I said, all right, let me go down and check. I've got boats and stuff down there, so let me go check. And halfway in the property, I was stopped. The same right-of-way as you see in the presentation that's going to be used is the same right-of-way I used, and I'm stopped by water and I can't make it in, so I back out. Keep checking, it's about 4 days before I can make it down there to the property, and that's my first question to Tyson. My question to you guys is, what if there becomes a problem there? We're signing up for this thing for 40 years, and if there's a problem, how do we address it? How do we get to it before something happens and it gets into the river? This isn't in the middle of anywhere. It's right there in the heart of Milford. The state has put a public boat landing just north of this. The state has purchased, it's 500 acres, I feel like. The Mattaponi Bluff area is below this, so this is a recreational area for a lot of people that use it. To put this location, I guess, and the amount of water, I guess, that I'm trying to explain to you guys in perspective is, I live on Devil's Three Jump Road. If you guys are familiar with Devil's Three Jump Road, if you're about to go down Devil's Three Jump Road to the right side, those flats there, when we do get high water, we do get storms, that floods. And you can see the water from the road from there, all the way through Devil's Three Jump Road, all the way to Nelson Hill Road to the bridge there. This project is directly on the other side of the riverbank from there, so that just gives you an idea of the amount of water, I guess, that we're dealing with as far as putting solar panels there. In the presentation, Industrial Drive, businesses on the left as you're going down Industrial Drive, and that is in a 100-year floodplain. But to the right side, on the other side of the railroad tracks, is kind of an every-year floodplain, because it does flood every year. And that's my concern as a landowner there is, and I've talked to these guys, and they've reassured me that, these things are stable, and, they're built strong, but I still have a concern of, if something does happen, we're right there on the banks of the river. Let's see. And then I'm trying to do my research. I don't know much about solar panels. I'm trying to do my research. And I read a horror story in Louisa County about how stormwater has, whatever it has got into the river and it caused problems and all. So of course that raises me questions, and I ask questions there. What about stormwater? How is that? Is there a plan for that? In our presentation, I don't see any answer to that, and I was assured that it'd be okay, but that this water, and I guess about 2/3 of this project flows through a creek that goes through our property, and I've been fighting erosion there ever since, forever, because the river floods and, we get washed and all. And so I don't know what to expect, I guess. That's my concern is there a plan? Can we control it? Because obviously water coming off these solar panels, it's going to be more volume. It's going to be, faster speed. Is that going to hurt? In my opinion, I don't know. But to end, I guess that my last point would be, solar energy may very well be the future, but right now in our county, it's experimental. We don't know enough about it, I feel like. So in my opinion, I just feel like we're taking a huge environmental risk by placing this solar farm on the banks of the Mattaponi River. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding these matters?
Good evening. My name is Lauren Didlake Brooks. I live in the Mattaponi district. I'm a lifelong resident of Caroline County. I'm also a professional civil engineer by trade. I work mainly in stormwater management for land development. I wanted to speak tonight about my concerns for this project. First, I'd like to talk about the environmental issues. My biggest concern is placing the solar panels within the flood zone. With the lack of stormwater management shown on the GDP, I'm worried that the runoff from the panels will create rills and erode the banks of the river, as well as dispose sediment into the river. In some places, the GDP shows the panels abutting against a resource protection area, the RPA, which places them 100 feet from the edge of the river. The Mattaponi is on the impaired water list, and adding any level of sediment and nutrients will only contribute to the problem, only impair it more. While there are buildings in the flood zone on the opposite side of the tracks, the properties don't border the Mattaponi River like this one does. This one flows directly into the river. There's no border in between. Further into the stormwater runoff issue, I do know that the stormwater requirements for solar projects are still under review at the state level. However, in other types of development within the state, our projects must meet both stormwater quality and quantity. So for quantity, that's the amount of water, and for the quality, that is the nutrients within that stormwater that are being run off. So it's gonna be phosphorus and nitrogen. And often developers are able to purchase nutrient credits, and what that is, they can create credit, they'll buy credits creating wetlands in other areas within that watershed. So the nutrients are actually disposed on that site. So I feel like if this project does get approved and it does go forward, that they should not be able to purchase nutrient credits and that everything should be treated right there on site with their stormwater management. By doing that, it would reduce the local impact to the river in our area, which impacts us locally. My next area of concern is having to meet the ordinance requirements. The solar ordinance was created to give guidance on solar development. The fact that this project needs 2 special exceptions and a rezoning proves that it does not fit within the intent that the ordinance was put into place less than a year ago. If we just made these rules last May, why are we already going against several of them? Clearly, a lot of thought and effort was put into creating those ordinances to begin with. Finally, I just want to know, what benefit does this really have for our local residents? As you can see, there's about 7 people over here that don't even live in our county that all showed up for this project. So going on that, will this energy, solar energy, offset the cost of our electric bills for the citizens? Maybe, but only about 10% of our county is on Dominion and is going on the Dominion power grid. To me, that's a cause of concern. Also, the project states that the narrative states that they will have economic growth and jobs. I'm curious to know how many long-term jobs it actually does create, and what is the economic growth? And yep, that's about all I have for tonight. Thank you for hearing me out. As a citizen, I feel like the downfalls of the environmental risk far outweigh the limited benefits of the tax income, economic growth, and the job creation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Blake Cox. I'm from Chesterfield. I'm with the Virginia Land and Liberty Coalition. We're a nonprofit advocating for smart and responsible clean energy here in Virginia. We've been doing exactly that here for months in Caroline County, working at the grassroots level to garner support for smart and responsible clean energy. During our countless conversations with Caroline residents, it is clear to us that there's support for responsible energy development like the Ladder Solar Project in the county. As leaders in Caroline, you all have taken a great step forward in adopting a solar ordinance for projects large and small. Your ordinance incorporates setbacks and buffers, preservation of growth areas, and decommissioning rules, all hallmarks of a good policy that protects the rights of landowners and neighbors. These guidelines allow landowners to exercise their constitutional rights to use their property to generate income while respecting neighbors. I think the project we heard tonight falls right in line with the guidelines the county would like to see when choosing a smart and responsible solar project. This project includes robust buffers and setbacks, avoids important environmental and historical land, and brings strong economic value to the county, all hallmarks of a good project. The Ladder project is also a great first project for the county. The project's less than 50 acres, no objections from neighbors, and received unanimous recommendation from the Planning Commission. In the past, the board has cited the potential for legislation or regulation coming out of the General Assembly that could affect projects being cited. No legislation will at all affect this project or any other project you have been asked to consider. Regardless, any potential future regulations will not take effect for a few years. Solar projects in Virginia remain a great source of income for landowners, for the county's budget, and for folks who benefit from the jobs and the construction and operation of these projects. We encourage you to approve the Ladder project so landowners may move forward with these projects and benefits of energy development may be fully realized by the county. This is a safe and responsible solar project with strong merits across the board. Approving the latter project will be a great first step in bringing clean energy to Caroline. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, did we change the time allotment for speakers?
I think we did, because we got four.
It's normally 3 minutes, and we're doing 6 because there's the condition.
Yeah, just
four.
Yeah.
I must have missed that if y'all discussed it, so.
I didn't mention either.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, the applicant had their time doubled, and we'll
That's fine.
double
I
rebuttal
just
time.
was trying to be consistent with what we've done for years, so. Thank you. That makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Foran. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding these matters? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding these matters? Final call. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding these matters? Seeing no one coming forward, the public hearing is closed. Board members, we have questions.
Could I ask a question of Mr. Fincham?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fincham, may I ask you a question, please?
Whenever there's time for rebuttal as well from the applicant. I don't know if you want to do that first, or.
I want to ask Mr. Fincham a question.
That's your question.
Mr. Fincham, well, it's two quick questions, which
You said one.
I exaggerated. If I can, they're probably quick questions but long answers. So this is the first of, I guess, 10 or so public hearings we've had for a solar project.
No, this is like.
And this is the first one that the Planning Commission has come back with a 5 or unanimous decision, 5-0, I guess one was missing. Can you give us a little insight into what the Planning Commission was thinking, or their deliberations, and how they got to all say this was a good project?
I think it was a combination of all the factors that the property is currently industrial, and theoretically could be used for industrial purposes. You still have the underlying issue of the floodplain and flooding of the property.
That's my second question.
But in theory, it's zoned M1 and could be used for industrial uses now, addressing the flood hazard or the floodplain issues. And the proximity to the industrial park, I think the commission felt that this use was not inconsistent with the industrial park. And even though they were requesting the exception to the half-mile buffer to the comp plan, in fact, the portion of the comp plan in this area is planned for industrial development. So I think all things being considered, that's how the Planning Commission came to its recommendation.
So if I understand you, the Planning Commission figured since this project was already industrial and there could have been I guess a less clean operation, they thought it was okay.
I think they felt that a solar energy facility was not inconsistent, even though you had to rezone it to RP, wasn't inconsistent with the industrial nature of the area.
Okay. Then my second question, this really is all. I am not 100 years old, but I know that area has flooded more than twice. And I remember as a teenager, which was a long time ago, going down there and it seemed like it was all flooded. Do you have any idea, or do we have any records for the number of times it flooded?
I actually recall it flooding within the last couple of years down in that area. And, you know, almost every spring you can drive 207 after, you know, a 2 or 3 day rain event, and the river overflows its banks. That does not necessarily equate to a 100-year flood.
Right.
I think the statement was made that this area tends to flood perhaps more frequently, which I think is a correct assessment. I can get you information on a 100-year flood, but I would say that the floods that we routinely see down there every couple of years do not exceed the 100-year threshold.
Okay, if you could, I would like you to get me that data to see what it is. And I'll wait for a while. Thank you. If there's
Thank you,
any
Mr.
other
Thomas.
questions. Oh, one other one. What happens when the panels are underwater? I mean, do we know?
Under the 100-year floodplain
The
regulation.
lights go out when they're underwater? Is that what happens?
That's emergency lighting. The panels actually have to be elevated at least 1 foot above the base flood elevation. So the 100-year floodplain, and I believe it's about 6 to 7 feet. I think it's in the staff report there. The elevation is about 90 feet. The flood elevation, I believe, is 96 to 97 feet. So the bottom of the panel itself would have to be at least elevated 1 foot above that base flood elevation.
Mr. Finch, you're saying 96 feet. Was that inches?
No, based on topo.
96 feet
The
is
elevation
the actual
is
altitude,
90
yeah.
feet of that property. So the bottom of the panel, when it's vertical, would have to be at least 1 foot above the base flood elevation. So in theory, the panel would not be actually inundated by flood water.
You forgot to mention the key word. Theoretically, it would not be, but my question was, we don't know what happens if those panels are underwater, do we?
No, sir.
Okay.
You good? Ms. Long?
I'm good.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Long?
Yes, I have a question for the applicant, if I can.
Mr. Huh? We want to ask questions first.
And then he can do his
Yeah, then
rebuttal.
do his rebuttal afterwards.
I have a start, yes. What happens when the panels are underwater?
This is a very good question and legitimate, obviously pertinent to the discussion here. And if I may, I would like to just first also acknowledge, the concerns being raised and the fact that this does warrant a detailed discussion like this. What I want to also just assure folks is that the fact that we've got the regulatory and permitting processes in place to address this. For example, the project will be interconnecting to it. I'm going to address the question, but the project is located proximate to the distribution lines. And if you look at the poles and the existing infrastructure facilities in that area, the power lines come down the pole, right, when they're going to service a particular facility, whether it be one of the industrial sites. Oftentimes you'll see this at a home. It's the way it is for my house. Power lines come down off the pole, they go into a conduit, and they service the home where they come back up for the meter. So there's constantly interaction between the equipment that's used to transmit the electricity and the interaction with the environment. So that all needs to be done in a way that, despite whatever the environmental conditions may be at any given time, can be done safe and adhere to code, make sure that everyone's safe, that there's not going to be harm done to others. In this particular instance, when we're talking about the panels being submerged underwater, I think that there can be a little bit of concern in terms of the number of hypothetical scenarios that we might want to investigate, because what's really clear here is the requirement for the base flood elevation to be set. And so that is depicting what's the level of flooding that could be expected in the area. And the panels, as per the same DEQ regulations, could be designed to be sited above that. But they themselves are self-enclosed. So if I could just try and describe, if I may.
Let me ask a question. You say they're self-enclosed.
Yeah. Yeah, so what I like to, yeah. So, yeah, and again, when I mentioned the fact it warrants.
Right.
Yeah, when I mentioned that it warrants detailed discussion, I just want to make sure that I have a chance to.
Yeah,
we're good. Okay.
That's fine.
When I mentioned it warrants detailed discussion, we have our wetland engineer with us tonight, and he can certainly provide some more detail. But the panels themselves, right, they are self-enclosed in the sense that you have the glass that's encompassing the conductors that's producing and transmitting the electricity. So if that is submerged, then I do not see an instance where that's going to be causing further harm than it otherwise would, being exposed to the elements.
So tell me what IP rating those panels are. IP 67, IP 68?
I would need to, if you would like, I can bring our engineer
I
up to
mean,
speak to that.
because you're telling me underwater, and I deal with stuff underwater all the time, okay? It's one of the things in a weapon system we have to deal with is underwater. You're also underwater with glass. So anything that hits that, because it's flooded, causes a whole different set of issues. And my final in that is, you've got underwater, you've got glass, it's broken. What happens when the panel leaves the facility in the water? And that's gonna be, I mean, somebody's gotta take me through those steps, because you can't say it won't happen, because I will show you engineering-wise where I'm told things won't happen, and it happens more often than I like.
Right.
So, my first question is, tell me what IP rating those panels are.
I would need to defer to our engineer on the topic. Okay.
Could we do Q&A? Can we just do the rebuttal, let the rebuttal time run? So we have the rebuttal time in the public hearing, and then do Q&A, and you can do, that goes as long as you want.
He's rebutting the two speakers that spoke and nothing else.
Right. Yeah, so because we kind of jumped into Q&A first.
Okay.
Under the procedural rules, he has.
So he's not gonna need 5 minutes to rebut those two speakers.
He has however much time he uses of the 10. And then we'll come back to Q&A.
Okay.
I think that really, I mean, in terms of rebuttal, I mean, I really just want to acknowledge the concerns that were raised and the fact that, I mean, really, you know, the willingness to come and speak and raise those concerns. So I don't have, you know, really a specific rebuttal to that, other than the fact that, you know, we have met with Mr. Brooks and also respect Mrs. Brooks speaking tonight as well, at the site, you know, to try and answer some concerns. Now, I'll note that that was before the staff report and the conditions tied to the project were published. So we didn't have the benefit of that. And the thought that's occurring to me is really how, now that we have those conditions, I'd like to be able to sit down with him again to walk through those, because you have a series of 5 or 6 conditions specific to these topics that we're talking about in terms of how will the project be designed to comply with the E&S, the stormwater. And I know there are other scenarios that may happen. It's just very difficult to try and capture all of that in this type of dialogue. So I would be happy to work with them again, have a follow-up meeting with the conditions that are now available and explain how those 5 or 6 will align with the regulatory oversight on these projects from the DEQ and permitting perspective. And so that's really the extent of my rebuttal, is just to really offer to meet with them again if it would be something they would like.
All right. So what's that? Yep.
Yes.
So we want to do, right, so now we'd like to go ahead and do our Q&A, Jeff,
So who wants to answer the IP rating of the panel?
Good evening, everyone. Richard Wright with CEP Solar. Thank you again for reviewing the project. Mr. Seeley, I don't want to categorize all panels with the same IP rating. We've had good experience in the past, for example, with Trainee solar panels. That's just one option that the project could utilize.
What does that mean?
That it's one option, or?
Is that a brand name?
It's a brand
I
name,
mean,
yes.
it doesn't, that main name doesn't mean anything to me, so what are the characteristics of it that you all like?
Well, what I was trying to categorize is that specific rating, the junction box is an IP 68 rating.
Okay, what about the panel itself?
There's not a spec on the full panel for an IP rating that I'm aware of.
Okay, let me ask you the follow-on to that. Shock and vibe for that panel. You guys have the data on that, so as things bump into it, when that river floods, it's gonna carry a ton of lumber with it. And it's gonna be logs, it's gonna be everything that's in the river. It's gonna run into those panel stanchions. So what is the impact that those panels will take without the glass breaking? Tell me the G-force on that.
I can't speak to that specifically without pulling up this information for panels that would be used. But
So
I'm
that's a
happy
homework assignment?
we can follow up with that.
Good one.
Because
What-
these are the things, because if a log, and I've fished the Mattaponi River, not too far from there, floated it many times. I don't know if you've ever been in the river above or below there. The size of the timber in the water is very big, and when it floods to the level that they're talking about, that stuff's moving. It's like a bulldozer in the water, and when it hits that post, and it breaks that glass due to the impact, what does that do to the overall system at that point when that panel fills up with water? Because
Well, first of all, the system would be shut off at that point. If it's not shut off automatically, the operation and maintenance team would shut off the entire site at the point of interconnection. So there'd be no electricity flowing through the system from the point of interconnection throughout the site. Once that's done, there could be structural concerns, but projects I've managed in the past have survived based on structural design considerations for hurricane ratings.
Near a body of water
Timber
that
would be a
big.
different circumstance.
Right.
Which would be considered in the structural calculations.
No, but you said, let me stop you, you said would be considered, so they're not
could-
right.
could
They're-
be-
But they're not now.
Are they in the building code? I mean, if it's a building code requirement, it would be definitively addressed.
I'm
And
gonna
if-
have you get with the building official as you're doing this, because if you start quoting building code for solar panels in the field, I think he's gonna have a real issue with what goes in the ground, and I see him looking at me now going, please don't do that to me. But those are the questions, and those are the considerations I think everybody up here is looking at is, you're building that in the water.
Well,
We do have one more, and again, in my lifetime, or just the past 15 years,
Yes, sir.
I've actually seen water come across that bridge on 207.
Okay.
So you can imagine the force of the Mattaponi River
Right.
when it gets down there. So I think you have to come with some sort of response to that particular what if, because it's not a 100-year issue. It's happened at least twice in the last 15 years that I can think of. So, you know, what happens when they're underwater? What happens when they get hit by a log?
I'm good.
We need to know.
Understood, and I think just to reiterate, the overall intent is to comply with the base flood elevation requirement at the state level, to put the equipment a foot above that and structurally design it to accommodate that level of water flow.
And collisions. And collisions.
If I could, I would, just before speaking to that, I mean, I think it would be helpful, as is mentioned, to follow up with the concerned citizen, the neighbor that we've spoken to before, talk through these details with them, as well as we would love to have anyone come and visit the site as well, because I think that we need to look back to the site plan and the property overall. This is, out of the 155 acres, again, about a third of that is for the panels. We have pretty extensive buffers from there to where the river is that's inclusive of existing vegetation, trees that are there now and continue to exist. Not to mention, you know, there's a house there on the property that's, you know, the landowner who's here has rented out in the past. The other portion that's closer to Mattaponi, the individual who spoke earlier, you know, that's where their, I don't know how to characterize it, but it's not the primary residence. It's their recreational area that's there. And so I'm more concerned, if there are these concerns, about the safety for those individuals who are there with those buildings in proximity. The solar project is set back further from that.
Right.
And this is a property that has a history of mining as well. So there's almost like a natural berm that's been, not natural, I can't say that, but there's a berm essentially that's been created in a way because of the historic mining in the area. So I do think that it would be helpful to engage in some of that dialogue if a deferment would be appropriate to allow
I
time
mean, to
and
be
space.
fair, you and I have spoken about your project.
Yes, sir.
Because it's in the district that I represent, and I've spoken to the people that spoke. Mr. and Mrs. Brooks, because I represent them. It's fair for you to go back and talk to them and see what you have with the conditions. And it's fair for you to be able to come back and answer the questions that we have.
Yes, sir.
So on that note, I'd like to introduce Mrs. Long.
All right, so if everyone is ready, I am going to move that we rezone, and I'm going to do these one at a time for the recording. Application of the rezoning 08-2021 to be deferred to the board's meeting on June the 14th of 2022 in order to provide time to review possible DEQ and EPA water quality discrepancies and any relevant General Assembly actions on solar projects. I move, do we need to vote on them separately?
Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a proper second that we defer RZ 08-2021 till June 14th.
Aye.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll defer RZ 08-2021 until June 14th. Mrs. Long.
Next one. Or you want me to do it? Okay, I'm gonna move that we defer special exception 13-2021 until June 13th? 14th.
Second.
There's a motion and a proper second that we defer special exception 13-2021 till the June 14th board meeting. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
I move we defer special exception 14-2021 till June 14th.
Did we do
Did it be 13?
We didn't do,
Well,
we
that's
didn't do
fine.
12.
I'll second that.
Oh, okay.
We didn't do 12.
Sorry, we did 12, so I make that 13.
We did.
Which one did not do?
We
that?
didn't
We
do
did do
12.
12.
I didn't do 12,
You
okay.
did 13. So
Move that we defer special exception, yeah, turn the page over, the first one's on that page.
So let me
She
take a
did-
first.
It's 13.
This is 13, you just deferred.
We did
Let me get a
13.
second. No, you made the motion to defer 13, now we need a second,
Okay,
and then we'll vote. Is there a second on special?
So moved.
Am I right?
no, I did 13 first, because I flipped the page over. The first one is on the front of the page.
I have the
second
wrong one checked.
So I need to do 12.
12.
So I move that we defer special exception 12-2021 till June 14th.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And we did 13.
Nancy needs to do the.
I move that special exception application 14-2021 be deferred to the board's meeting on June the 14th, 2022.
Second. Oh,
So, well, again, in order to provide possible review of DEQ and EPA water quality discrepancies and any relevant General Assembly actions on solar projects.
I will second that and also ask that the two motions that I made include that same language.
All right.
And I'll amend my second for those two for that language as
All right,
well.
there's a motion and a proper second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Then we will defer these motions until June 14th,
Okay.
these actions, okay?
Yeah, all right.
Thank
you all.
Next on the agenda is special exception 18-2021, Olaf James, owner applicant.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, your next public hearing, XPX 18-2021, James Olaf, owner and applicant. He's requesting a special exception in accordance with Article 17, Section 13, and Article 4, Section 5.23 of the Caroline County zoning ordinance on a portion of tax map 85-A-6, containing approximately 6.2 acres. The property is located at 23134 Panola Road, Ruther Glen, in the Mattaponi voting district. And the purpose of the special exception is to expand the footprint of the existing special events facility and by repealing and replacing the previously approved special exception permit. 2030 comprehensive plan designates this area as agricultural preservation. You have in your packet the application from the applicant, as well as the discussion of this request at the Planning Commission meeting. The applicant wants to expand his current special events facility to include an additional events facility, a tent area, but that's fine. To expand the footprint from 3.1 acres to 6.2 acres. The Planning Commission did hold a public hearing on this request and forwarded to you with a recommendation of approval subject to the 25 conditions that are contained in your staff report. And with that, I'll address any questions that the board may have.
Mr. Fincham, a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Thomas.
Thank you. Mr. Fincham, this application was originally submitted when? 20 or 19? Or 21?
The original special, you mean this?
When was it granted? The original special exception was granted?
That was 2019, I believe.
And wasn't there supposed to be a review on the special exception?
There was supposed to be a review, except that there were no events held for a review to take place.
So we've had no events, and now the applicant is coming back for a special exception to expand the facility?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Finch?
Yes, sir.
All the other conditions, the number of occupants and security and all those things, that they're unchanged?
Yes, sir, I believe those were unchanged. We basically, I think the recommendation was to carry the conditions of the previous special exception over. There was one condition added to address not having multiple events at one time.
Okay.
Any other questions by the board member?
Mr. Fincham, in the packet, the October 29th, 2021 narrative that lists the 25, that leads into the 25 conditions, was that with the original permit, or is that what the Planning Commission updated? Were there any changes?
This is the updated recommendation.
Okay,
So
that's what I thought.
these
Okay.
conditions came from the Planning Commission.
All right, thank you.
Is any other questions from board? You have another question, Mr. Thomas? Oh. Is the applicant here like to speak before I open the public hearing?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the board.
Good evening.
I'm James Olaf. I live in the Western District. The property in question, of course, is in the Mattaponi District, which I understand will, in the next several months, be in the Reedy Church District. All we're doing with this request is effectively adding another barn, a larger barn. And there's an interesting backstory as to how we got to the larger barn. This board approved the original request on September 22, 2020. And in spite of all of the planning we did and all the options and opportunities we expected to have at that barn, within a month of the time you approved that, suddenly a gentleman appeared on site who identified himself as a site scout looking for a rustic barn in Virginia to film a national food show for public television. They looked at the barn, they really liked the barn, they liked the architecture of the barn, and their only question was, given the nature of the show, they needed a larger, they felt that it wouldn't work in that barn and they needed a much larger barn. So we began to question and take this opportunity to build a larger barn. They returned in February 2021 with much increased interest in the barn. And so we made the decision. We didn't have time to come back and go through this cycle because they wanted to start filming on August 30. So I talked to the gentleman who had been building barns for us and asked him, could we build this larger barn with that kind of a deadline, i.e. August 30? And he agreed we could, and we pushed that deadline. We subsequently then negotiated with them to obtain what's called a location agreement, which is an agreement by which we approved to let them come in, film the show. And they came in from August 30 to October 6. Took about a week plus to set up, did 2 weeks of filming, and I guess about a week to wind down. That show is one of the biggest shows that public television will be pushing this year. It's called The Great American Recipe, and it will air first on, there will be 8 episodes, the first of which it'll be every Friday night starting on June 24, 9 to 10 p.m. on public television nationally. Under the terms of the location agreement, we get a line credit at the end, which will say, The Great American Recipe was produced and filmed on site at the barns at Mattaponi Springs in Ruther Glen, Virginia. We are now in discussions with the production company again for them to possibly return this fall to film the second series, which would air next summer. So that's how we ended up with a much larger barn. And all we're doing in this request, we're not changing anything. We're not changing the number of events, the number of people that can come to those events, the timing of the events, or anything else. All we're asking is to have the right to use that additional barn. I should add some additional details. We've now added a restroom adjacent each one of the barns. And originally, we built a large manor house, which is 6 bedrooms, 6.5 baths. Originally, behind that house, we were going to build another barn, which would be a wedding preparation barn. We changed the architecture of that structure to be a carriage house. So from the outside, that building looks like an old carriage house. Inside, on each side, is our wedding party preparation rooms. Men's side, women's side, and each of those have a small restroom attached to them as well. We've also purchased a number of antique carriages, which will be on display as part of the carriage house. So this request, from my perspective, is a relatively minor one, simply adding a barn with not changing any of the conditions of the events which can be held on the property.
Thank you, Mr. Olaf. I'm going to open up, if you just wait, I'm going to open up the hearing, and I'm sure we'll have questions afterwards.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to open up the public hearing for special exception 18-2021, Olaf James, owner applicant. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Please state your name and your magisterial district.
Name is Albert J. Lilly Jr., Mattaponi District. I reside on Panola Road, 7/10 of a mile. My driveway.
Okay.
My driveway is 7/10 of a mile from the entrance to the subject property. As was noted, this This is an agriculturally zoned area. The subject property is rural preservation. This use is not permitted in an agricultural area. Caroline's greatest asset, perhaps, is its rural character. This use diminishes that character. It is out of character with the rural character. There's no established pattern of development. There's nothing similar to this in the area. The impact on adjacent properties by traffic and noise, the night hours will be effective. There's an impact on the safety or welfare of persons in the area from traffic. Events at the site will provide alcohol consumption and drivers on Panola Road and elsewhere, because they have to, when they get out on Panola Road, they either go to 207 or they go to 301. There's no conformance with the comprehensive plan. There's none. There's nothing similar. Traffic impacts from the vehicles without impaired drivers increases. The impaired drivers create the potential for horrendous circumstances. A favorable vote for this project is to further diminish and destroy rural preservation. It favors those who come to party against the residents. It's a disregard, constitutes a disregard for safety of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Good evening. My name is Kevin Whiteman. I'm from the Bowling Green District, and I'm here to speak in favor of this request. I'm also the building official, and I've overseen everything from the golf course when it was done, through the barns, and now the renovation or rebuild of the structure that was there. I attended the cooking show that Mr. Olaf alluded to, oversaw the setup and the conduct of that, and everything that Mr. Olaf has done over there has been first class. Mr. Olaf's not requesting any more events. It's the same number of events that we've already approved. He's not requesting any larger of an arc load. He's just including another barn, some bathrooms that were built that were needed, a carriage house, and then an area for a tent. It'll draw no more numbers. We've had no issues to date, although we've had no events. We had the cooking show, and I think it's a good use. So I would like to see it approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whiteman. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
My name is Doris Anderson, and we have property connected to Mr. Olaf's property. My question and concern is, Panola is a very narrow highway. I understand that it will not be enlarged or widened in the next 6 years because of VDOT's 6-year program without, sorry, I'm just nervous.
That's okay.
Without Bowling Green or Caroline County putting up half of the funds to widen the highway. Okay, the events that Mr. Olaf is planning on having is wonderful. I don't knock the events at all, but it's just the situation, the way that it's presented. So it's telling me that if you all approve this, then I can go out and build anything that I want without getting permission from you all to do it, and then come in and ask for it to be approved. You know, we had a session before about his recommendations or the rules and regulations that he was to follow with the first barn. Okay, now he's got a second barn there that is bigger. Okay, he states that nothing has changed, but already he has a carriage house that wasn't involved in the first decision. He's got other things on the property that's gonna bring other people. I mean, I just don't understand. You know, if one person has to follow procedure, then everybody should have to follow procedure and follow it the correct way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Good evening. I'm Rob Wilhoit. I'm not from Caroline County. I'm the owner of Captain Rob's Pigalicious Barbecue in Hanover. We are one of the barbecue vendors, hopefully, that are going to be there providing services for weddings. We pretty much do weddings and events all over Central Virginia, and as far as barn venues go, this place is the most top-notch place that I've ever seen, from the barns to the carriages to the manor house to, if you turn around, I'm not sure if y'all have been out there, but when you turn around and look back down towards the road, that lake across the road, I mean, I would work there for free almost just so I go fish in that lake. But it is a very upscale venue that will, because of the cooking show and its exposure, bring tax dollars to the county. And since, from what the little bit that I understand of it, is with all the conditional uses they have for the property, and they aren't going to book the barns both on the same day, then the impact should be minimal with just one barn being used at a time. So I would hope that from for nothing else, the tax revenue and for the use of the property, that y'all would move forward and approve their request to be able to use the barn for the events. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Good evening, how are you?
Good evening.
My name is Angela Bowles. I'm actually an employee of the Barns at Mattaponi Springs, but I've been asked to speak on behalf of Angela Wright. She is a business owner in Bowling Green. She owns Embellished Details, but she had to leave for a family emergency. So I'm reading from her notes. She is a resident of Bowling Green and owner of Embellished Details, which is a wedding and event floral studio located in the county. As someone who travels throughout the DMV area for weddings, she's done events from hotels, grand ballrooms, museums, and barns, which she's seen an increase in requests for when clients are looking for wedding venues. She's always felt as though this county would be the perfect location for a barn venue, as nestled in a quiet town with easy access to the interstate. After recently touring the venue, she does believe that the Barns at Mattaponi Springs would be a beautiful addition to our county. It's a new, fresh, and modern location that can attract couples who are interested in the barn feel with a glamorous or rustic approach. I believe that there are great benefits to this property, but the most important one is having another event venue option in the county that can accommodate guests in a comfortable and beautiful way, is close to home, and also bring in individuals who are not local who can see the beauty and charm that this county has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Valerie Gordon, and I live in Mattaponi Voting District on Panola Road. I'm here in opposition of this expansion request. I've lived in Caroline County for 67 years. My husband and I bought our land and built our home here 44 years ago. Our children and grandchildren own land here and built their homes too. so we can all be together and have a forever home here. I've spoken previously in opposition to this board due to my concern for the safety of the residents, the work commuters, the school commuters, and farm commuters. We cannot allow this expansion because there has been no review for the current 3-acre special exception approval to determine the impact. The review is due to occur 1 year after occupancy, and the venue's open date is being advertised as April 2022. The traffic will not start until it is an up and running venue, and at this point, we will then experience the effects that it will have. The accidents from the past, including 2 major unmentioned accidents in 2021, do not include venue traffic because it's not been open. The exact traffic, the extra traffic that's resulting from the 150 to 200 guests that will be having events there, plus the vendors, will impact the welfare and safety of those driving and those living on Panola Road. The 2020 speed test sites already documented on Panola are a significant speed concern. The results were that the drivers were 15 to 20 miles over the speed limit. The speed limit is 35 to 40 miles per hour, and the results from the speed test shows that 85% of the drivers drove 55 on Panola Road. The speed counter was provided in 2020 by VDOT. We have been reminded that this hearing is intended to hear only the pros and cons that are relevant to the expanding of the current 3.1 acre venue consisting of 2 barns. The applicant stated that the request was to double the acreage and add 1 building, the carriage house. The construction, which we can view by driving by, has already expanded from 2 barns on 3 acres to a carriage house, 2 barns, 2 bathhouses on 6.2 acres. The Manor House and the Potomac Cottage are being advertised as available lodging for the wedding venue package, but are not approved by the wedding lodging in the current approved exception. The applicant was reminded of this at the planning meeting on January the 22nd, that there is to be no lodging. This approved barn venue that will open next month is the second venue approved by this applicant. The golf course wedding venue was approved previously and is rarely used for weddings, so there's really no current wedding traffic to compare this to. I'm concerned that these continued special exception requests from this applicant will destroy the intended use for agriculture and be detrimental for the safety and welfare of the drivers on this narrow winding road. I want to remind you of the opposition petition that was presented to you in 2020. There were 98 opposing residents' signatures on that petition, and all of them had Panola Road resident addresses. They were not anyone that were non-residents. They were all from that road, and all of them were contacted by door-to-door speaking to them. There is an approval with conditions in place, and it was recorded in the clerk's office on November the 23rd. But until it is proven that this applicant goes by those approved and recorded conditions, I'm asking the board to realize the negative impact before voting to expand something that has not been even reviewed. I'm asking for the board to consider the safety and welfare of those concerned, and please vote no to this expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Nancy Carson, and I reside in the Mattaponi District on Panola Road. I've been a lifelong resident there, except for a few years when I was at college. My husband and I have lived there, raised my child here, and I've worked in the county all these years and still working there. I'm here in support of the barns. I'm so glad that Mr. Olaf was able to purchase that property, because there were thoughts that that property could have been a trailer subdivision, it could have been any kind of subdivision, and what the impact could have been on the road if that had happened. Instead, we have a beautiful rural place that people can enjoy. It fits in with the county and the beautiful country scenery, and I hope that you will support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carson. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Board Chairman, board members, my name is Richard Carson, Mattapanai District. I am here in 100% support for Mr. Olaf. As y'all know, since he came here with the golf course, he has done everything that y'all have asked plus. It's an A1 operation. He's not asking, like he has said, all of this has been approved by y'all. He's just asking for a larger barn. The numbers are not changing. The traffic is not going to change. There were concerns about, or are concerns about safety on the road. The state police and the county police, they did surveys. They have checked on backgrounds and all. These things non-exist. They were worried about extra traffic. VDOT came in and did a survey. They said everything is proper. You know, everything was acceptable. So I feel like I wish that the board could find some way to get other landowners on Panola Road and elsewhere in the county to be accountable for their property. Mr. Olaf has increased the value of the property on that road. It is beautiful, from the railroad tracks to 301, with the exception of Mr. Olaf and Mr. and Ms. Lilly. The rest of it looks horrible. It looks like the ghetto. Cut over, looks like a bomb went off. But they are saying what we've been told, nobody can, address that issue. He has uplifted Panola Road. It looks wonderful. And I hope y'all approve and let him have permission to continue to improve the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carson. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Laura Gordon, and I'm in the Mattapanai District. I'm a 33-year resident of Panola Road with a special exception would impact me and my family's daily life. I'm also a wedding photographer with over a decade of experience shooting events all over the world, as well as being deeply rooted into our local wedding community. I'm 100% for the growth of Caroline. I love to see new businesses, new opportunities arise. Floyd and I have worked really hard to get the expansion of the internet going on in Panola, which we're really excited about. However, I do feel that this expansion would kind of be putting the cart before the horse. There haven't really been any weddings since the approval in 2020, and we need to see if in fact this business is going to provide a positive or negative effect on the county and the community before we can approve anything additionally. It makes more sense to me that after a full typical wedding season of business, there'd be a review and then changes would be made then. I hate to say this, but I'm honestly a bit disappointed that the applicant has been granted a special exception and then continues not to follow the guidelines. He is not permitted to do many of the things that are currently going on and is asking for additional exceptions. So I actually have here, he is not allowed to use the house or any other overnight accommodations in the wedding packages with the facility, and he was reminded of this at the last planning meeting, but continues to advertise the use of these spaces with wedding packages, price sheets on their website and on social media, which I have printed out all of these examples here, and they follow me on social media, so that's how I came across all of those documents. Sorry, yes, I have more.
Mr. Pardon, you want to grab those?
They also advertise that the space can be used up for 300 guests and not 200 guests, which is what's allowed. So here's an ad online where 300 guests are allowed. You can read the URL. And here's their website where I've circled this information here where it's being advertised.
Oh, one copy, okay.
A few of my colleagues were approached by the Barnes, inviting them to an event that would most similarly resemble a trade show or a wedding expo, which also requires an additional permit from the county because this is not currently permitted under the special exemption, and you can read that invitation here. And honestly, I don't want to come to these meetings. I want all businesses to succeed in our county, but it's like not at the expense of my family. I really wish that there was a way that we could work together to come to a solution for someone to have an amazing business, but to also keep the community safe. And Panola, like our community, is just very tight-knit. So I hope that we can come to a really good resolution. So please take these into consideration before voting.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon.
These to anyone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding?
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board, I'm here in favor of Mr. Olaf's special exemption. He's done nothing but really raised Caroline County to a level that people would be happy to have such an event there. As he's asked, no changes other than the fact of giving somebody an option to the other barn. As far as when I listen to some of the people talk about the traffic, I think everyone that's spoken here lives north of the venue. The venue's only 0.8 of a mile from 301. And there's no way that anyone can go through any of those curves at some of the speeds that were suggested here tonight. There are like 3 straightaways though on Panola Road, which calls for some people speeding. I think you have in your documentation way back when this first came about. I still have it documentation at the office if you would need it. I don't see where there's been any changes. As a matter of fact, they've done a lot of logging through there, and really that's opened up some of the curves where you can see around curves where you can't. But as Mr. Whiteman has said and other people in favor of it, I think that's good for Caroline County. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Hi, good evening. My name is Ryan Strickland. I am Mattaponi District, also live in Panola Road, and I am here to speak in opposition of the special exception. I've spoken previously at the Planning Commission and the original exception in front of the board, and you know, just kind of continuing along with a lot of what my wife said 2 speeches ago. You know, I think all the structures are in place. The barns are there, the carriage house, the bathhouse, all the structures are there. And just to kind of carry on with what she was saying, I think we're kind of getting the cart before the horse with this second exception. We haven't had a wedding. There hasn't been any event there. So, you know, we're already asking for an expansion of systems that are already there. And then just to kind of piggyback on what she was saying, the stuff about, you know, it's permitted for 200 people. They're advertising they can house up to 300. You know, there's a lot of, I don't know if it's so much, you know, neglect or just deceit, I don't know, but it's a little bit misleading with what they're putting out there and then what they're pitching to you all. So, you know, those are just initial observations beyond just the traffic. While we all live north of the venue, I travel to 301. I work on Fort Lee, so 301, 295 every day. And the speeds that I see, regardless of if it's recorded, are in excess of 45 on a regular basis. So regardless of what the VDOT studies say, I see it. We live it, I see it. So I didn't really prepare anything. I'm here in opposition, strong opposition, and I think that we should at the very least, reevaluate and maybe think about this for, another year, and just see how things go. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Finally, is there anyone here who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, special exception 18-2021, public hearing is closed. Mr. Olaf, do you have any rebuttal for those comments?
Yeah, first of all, I made a mistake and did not introduce some people that I wanted to at the very beginning. Miss Angela Bowles, who came up and spoke on behalf of another person, we hired her effective November 1 of last year as a full-time director of events. Angela has over 20 years' experience in wedding planning and has been with us and is starting to schedule a number of events. One of the people said that the use was out of character for the area. The original home on that property was built in 1848 by Dr. Wesley Wright, who was a medical doctor. And any historian knows that medical doctors in the 1840s and 1850s didn't make much money, and he was a farmer. And he built the original home there and had barns there. The home which we built, we tried to save the original house and without success, and we spent a lot of money trying to save it. But the architect came up with what I think was an excellent solution. We built a much larger home, but the front section of that home is dimensionally identical to the home which Dr. Wesley Wright built in 1848. The two front rooms, the center hall, the porch, are dimensionally identical to the original home. So I would suggest that the current character of the property is as close as, I don't know what the barns looked like that Dr. Wesley Wright had, but there was a house on that hill with some barns for him to farm, and we have replicated that to the best of our ability. The carriage house really isn't new. That was always in the original plans. As I said, it was originally going to be a barn for the exact same purpose as a wedding preparation building. And we just, frankly, I think we improved the character of the property by changing it from a barn to a carriage house. Someone mentioned that we advertised 300 guests. I'm not aware of that. I can assure you of this. If we did, it's a typo and a mistake. We have no intention to have any event there which would exceed the number of people. We have every right to have an open house. Under our current specs, we can do whatever we want in the original barn, and that includes an open house. One particularly delightful thing I'm here to say is we have been approached by several residents who lived on Panola Road and in fact previously opposed the property and are scheduling a wedding for one of them, a holiday party for another one of them, and at the end of the day, we will have three events for people who live on Panola Road, two weddings, and a holiday party. As I said originally, the only change we're asking for here is the right to use an additional barn. No other condition has been changed, or do we have any desire to do so? Thank you, and I'll entertain any other questions that.
Thank you, Mr. Olaf. Board members, you have, you want to go last, you want to go first? Okay, Ms. Thomas.
I need to ask a question to Mr. Fincham first, Mr. Olaf.
Okay.
If you don't mind, but stay right there because I've got a question or two for you. Mr. Fincham, I'd asked you originally about the review period for the special exception.
Yes, sir.
Since there were no events, the review period moves with the first event to a year after, or
No, I think then we can kick in with the continuation of the 1 year. The other thing I was thinking is you could amend that to be 1 year from the date of the special exception permit approval, which would then, if approved, would make it 1 year from tonight.
Otherwise, there'd be no approvals or no reviews at all.
No, you'd still have reviews. There's still review, condition in here that has reviews. But by amending the permits, it starts that 1 year process all over again.
Okay, I wanted to make sure of that.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Olaf, I wanted to ask you a question, and I need to say something before, and I don't know if I came across with that the last time we spoke, but you have built an excellent facility in the golf course. I think I commended you when it first came out. It was on the top 70 of, new courses in America, so that's a great thing for the county.
Number 2 best new upscale in the United States, Golf Digest Magazine, 2005.
Okay, and we also know who held the course record there for 2 days, but that's beside the point. The other reality though is that, and I know with your resources, you are gonna create a quality facility, that's not the question. But there are some concerns with traffic issues, neighbors and things which we never really addressed, and we're probably not gonna get a chance to address now, but the one thing is you built the second barn before you did anything else, and now are coming to say, I want to use the second barn. Is that right?
I built the second barn because I didn't want to lose the opportunity to have the Great American Recipe filmed in Caroline County, Virginia. And that was a gamble. When we built that barn, we had no guarantees. We had a lot of interest from the production companies and from the head for PBS for Virginia, which is Virginia Public Media. We had a lot of interest, but no guarantees. So I took a hell of a gamble. And because I thought we'd get it, and we did get it.
But aside from that gamble, you were approved for one barn, and
That's
now
right.
you built another barn, and you want approval for that second barn.
Correct.
I mean, and you're right. You have the right to do what, and I'm a property rights guy. You have the right to do whatever you want on your property. You could build another barn, I guess, if it, could stand it.
I'm done barn building.
But the reality is, the reality is when you get to a certain point, you were saying you could have events on your property all the time. You get to a certain point, and Mr. Fincham's office kicks in and you become an event. Or having events, like I think somebody mentioned trade shows and things. If you do that, more than 1 or 2 times, I think Mr. Fincham shows up, or he sends somebody to show up at your door and say, you can't do that because you don't have a permit for it. So I don't want us to get into this, I'm gonna, I can do whatever and then come back and ask for it.
No, I have no intention of doing that. None at all. None at all. And like I said, something collapsed here. No, I have no intention. I'm going to follow every rule we follow. We're not going to have any trade. We're not having trade shows. I mean, it's an event facility.
Beforehand, no questions?
No, just if it was in fact, you haven't passed that paperwork down, just
I'm sorry.
It would be worthwhile, the person maintaining the website would have the list of the special exception or the conditions, that way they're all.
Understand the reason we haven't been having any events there is it's basically been a construction site. And for some people, that's not a very pretty condition. I mean, we have a house under construction. We hope to get the certificate of occupancy for that house, hopefully before the end of this month. And then for the carriage house and the restrooms, certainly within another month.
You can,
Do you have a question?
Mr. Olof?
Yeah.
I just had one, because we've had, I guess it just depends on who it is, or, we've had some wedding venues before that have been turned down, and, that we aren't dealing with those right now, but one of the concerns, and one of the few concerns that I had was, if you look at Panola Road, it is very narrow. And on a wedding venue, I've been to, some of these before, some of these events, and people do like to, you have a friend getting married, you have a family member getting married, people like to partake in alcohol. What safety measures are in place that, if you could just kind of go through that would guarantee, like, I know there's not a 100% guarantee, but what safety measures are in place for?
Well, one, we have to have some security people there, depending on the number of people. But two, in our contract for weddings, there is a clause that we have the right to refuse service to anyone that, in our estimation, should not be further served. And we have the right to ask them to leave the property.
Okay. And that will be something that is required at every, that'll be 100% required at every.
As Ms. Bowles says, as our director of events, her job during weddings or any other event is to ensure that the property is protected.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question for Mr. Fincham. So there was a mention of overnight stay, but he's gonna have an occupancy for a house, correct?
Correct.
So if you have an occupancy for a house, can you not stay in it?
Yes, you can. And we've had this discussion before in terms of Airbnbs. Okay, we treat Airbnbs, a single-family dwelling can be used as an Airbnb. We don't regulate the number of nights that somebody could stay in a house. So he has he gets a certificate of occupancy for a house. He can use that house as an Airbnb. It's not a violation of our ordinance. I think a question that was raised, which may need some further review, is tying wedding or event packages to that house. And whether that fits within the Airbnb or whether that needs to be part of the wedding venue.
How would we handle that if somebody lived there? If that was their residency and they had rooms that they used for the wedding venue and they had people stay there, is that?
Well, again, you're tying it to the wedding venue. There's another category called a bed and breakfast, which occupied dwellings that rent out a room overnight might fit under that definition of a bed and breakfast.
Let me ask you this, can he rent that house to have somebody stay there?
Yes.
No issue with that?
That's correct.
Okay, that's the end of my questions. I'll make a motion that we approve special exception.
Can I ask one more, Jeff?
18.
One more quick question. This from Mr. Fincham. It's just a quick question. And then Reggie didn't go yet. But Mr. Fincham,
Thank you.
barns, Mr. Olaf mentioned there was a restroom added to each barn. The septic system is approved by the health department?
Yes.
Or because it's a barn, it doesn't count, or?
No, the drain field or the septic system is tied to the event facility. So the actual disposal field is based upon the size of the events and the special exception permit that they can conduct.
And then we've got all of those in place already?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Olaf, just for you, the Panola Road on that side is gonna stay in the Mattapanai district. I hate to disappoint you, but.
I thought I saw a map that said
They didn't pick that map.
Oh, good, good.
Mr. Olaf, are you done, Floyd? You done, Floyd? Mr. Olaf, came by looked at the property, looked at the, and I'm familiar with Panola Road because I do travel that sometimes. And I looked at the road that I live on, Ruther Glen Road, and I remember when I moved here 46 years ago, there was very little traffic on that road, and now there's quite a bit of traffic, and the enforcement of traffic really is not your responsibility. It's ours to make sure that we help to make sure the roads are safe. So I'm not gonna hold that. I'm gonna say we're gonna do all we can. I'm sure you're going to make sure that all the guests understand the road conditions coming and going. So I think that's something that would help people who've never, come to the event to, but other than that, I think I looked at it, I mean, I was really amazed when I drove by. I was really amazed. But you've done a great service to that property. When I look at it from the road to the hill and back across, then I went on down Panola Road to 301 and saw the other property that looks like some of it's been cleared and looks very nice from my perspective. So the things that you have control over, I think you've controlled. I've looked at this. I didn't see any violations that have occurred in the building. You've done what you were allowed to do, and I think the person has the right to do that. So I just want to say I like the facility, and I think you've done a great job. So thank you for bringing that to Caroline County.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve special exception 18021 for Mr. James Olaf, applicant and owner.
Second.
Ms. Long, second. Mr. Black, all right.
I just want clarification for you for discussion. There was, if I could just ask, there was discussion about the review period condition. And whether or not you wanted to change that. As it states right now, it's pegged on the original CO, I think. And I just wanted to clarify for your motion, Mr. Seeley, whether you're making any changes.
1 year from the first event or 1 year from tonight? Which one, Mr. Olaf? Which
1
would
year
you
from
like
the
to see?
CO. When he gets a certificate of occupancy, you do it 1 year after that.
Okay, 1 year from the certificate of occupancy.
And then thereafter, I think as it's written right now, it's
1, 2, 5.
1, 2, 3, 5, and then every 5 years. So do you want to just reset that clock to?
We can reset the clock. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
So there is a motion, proper second, that we approve special exception 18-2021. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Oh, discussion. Oh.
Well, just, the reality is if any of those conditions are violated, the project comes back for board discussion.
Review, correct.
Okay.
Mr. Olaf, could you get Caroline County put in there instead of Ruther Glen? In the credits?
It's probably too late, but maybe next season.
That would be great, just so it says Caroline, because it would be a lot nicer to have the county in there.
I should say one other thing. When the production company was here, when the people came for the third time, they brought production company people from Los Angeles and New York. And one fear I had was that they would be very dominating and very demanding, and maybe we were making a mistake. And to my delight, they were just the opposite.
Okay.
They were extraordinarily accommodating, and everything extra that we did for them, they ensured we were compensated by it. They tried to take great care of the property, and to the extent any damage was done, they paid for it.
I don't mean to cut you off, but we never finished the vote, so
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
He has a right to finish. We were still in discussion.
Yeah, that's what, well, our discussion is board discussion.
No, he's the,
He already did his rebuttal, so go ahead and finish the vote. You had ayes.
the question was, but that's okay, doesn't matter. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay,
Nay. We have division in
it's
the
only
House.
one. It's not necessary, it's only one.
We have a division in the House. Mr. Forehand, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Black, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Seeley?
Aye.
I vote aye. Ms. Long?
Aye.
Mr. Thomas? You nay. Motion carries 5-1. Thank you, Mr. Orloff, and good luck to you. All right, under new business, anybody need a break? Anybody need a break? Need a break?
I'm good.
Clay said he needs a break. Are we gonna take a, Clay said he needs a break. What? Go. All right. Break or no break? Go. All right, we're gonna go on to new business. Agenda item number 5, review of special exception conditions, SPX 2005, Mr. B's Bluegrass Park.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, next item on the agenda is a review of special exception 11-2005 for Mr. B's Bluegrass Park. We put this on the new business agenda item tonight, knowing that there had been some complaints in the past about noise generated from the facility. I don't believe they had any events last year, but the one that we are most aware of is the car show that was held, I believe it was 2 years ago, that was referenced at the public comment tonight. So we didn't want to place this on the agenda simply as a consent item, but we were aware that there have been some complaints in the past, and wanted to have more discussion on this item as to whether you wanted us to bring Mr. Bowserman in for your next meeting, or how you wanted to proceed with this.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Forehand.
I think it would be beneficial to have him present, because he needs to hear firsthand the concerns that have been relayed to me, and the consequences, potential consequences if another event like that is undertaken at the site, so.
Okay, so can we continue this to next available meeting when we can get Mr. Bowserman here?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Finchman, you just put it on our next agenda, then you'll contact him and let us know when he's available?
Yes,
and are there any events scheduled before we meet?
I will get that information. I'm not aware of any, but we will get that information for you.
And Mr. Finch,
Yes.
just for clarity, for my clarity more than anything else, the conditions that are here, we don't have to wait for a review period. We can initiate.
You could initiate a revocation of the permit through the public hearing process, yes, sir.
All right, just making sure.
One question.
Mr. Finchman, was he due here tonight to speak on behalf of this?
We advised him that this was on the agenda for tonight. I don't believe he has shown up previously. I think his assumption was that perhaps it was going to be, a routine. But we did make him aware that it was on the agenda and there was some concern about noise coming from his venue. So
Can we prevent any activities from being there until we have this meeting? Or?
I don't know that we can prevent any activities, but I'll ask Ms. Zeck to contact Mr. Bowserman tomorrow to see if any events are scheduled. And then we will make sure that we have a presence if one is.
So he has a special exception at this point?
Yes, sir.
So if we choose to revoke his special exception, can't we do that?
You'd have to have a public hearing.
Public hearing, I mean, we can, right, tonight, but we can say we want a public hearing too.
So,
Okay, so what I'd like to do is the board to make a motion to revoke it, and then, and take it to public hearing, and have him make sure he's here. Yes.
My only reservation for that is he could be in Florida, he could be in poor health, and I'd hate to, schedule that. As much as I would like to schedule that, I'd hate to schedule that in that way, I guess.
That's not,
Give him 30 days.
It's not really going in with good faith.
We're also talking an advertising fee. I really do think that we just say you need to be here.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
put
just
them
don't
on
think
the
that's due
agenda for
process.
the 12th.
It's not due process because he didn't know what kind of, I mean, if he blatantly ignores the next meeting when we say, look, we're really seriously thinking about this, then that's different. So I don't think we go ahead and do anything tonight until we have him at a meeting.
With the complaints, he should have known that it was serious because it's on the agenda. Our time's not valuable, and
Let's put it in perspective. How many people complained? We had one person complain, and we had 8 or 9 people complain about the state fair.
After it happened, I had more than one complaint.
Yeah, I'm just saying everything should be fair, because we're talking about a whole lot of people complaining at this board, and then one person complaining at this board, or you saying you had a lot of complaints. It's the same. Give them the benefit of the doubt and say, hey, show up.
Yeah.
And the other thing, normally, I don't give a whole lot. I'm sort of like that. But he's had this permit since 2005, and this is one time that he leased it to somebody or rented it to somebody and they messed up. So I'll give him a little leeway, but he does need to be here.
I'll leave it to the board's discretion, and we'll do what the board majority wants.
Okay, so see him next time.
Agenda item number 6, possible 4-day work day for the county employees.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, given when we wrote this memo, the gas prices seem to be skyrocketing. They seem to have stabilized a little bit, but I don't know exactly where we're headed. I was looking at, we have a fair number of employees that drive from multiple counties away, both from the south and the northwest, and I felt like if we could figure out a way that we could work 4 10s and the employee would not have to drive to work the 5th day, there would be some savings over the duration of the extreme high gas prices, because I wasn't sure at the time whether $4 or $5 or $6 was where we were headed. And so most departments that have just office staff felt that would be a workable solution, whether it was the treasurer, the commissioner, finance, or like that. Now, obviously, those programs that run, multiple different days and weekends and 24 hours a day, those are, sheriff and fire and rescue. It's really no effect on any of those. It's more the people that work a regular, 8:30 to 5 would have extended hours, but then have one day where the office was closed. So just kind of seeking some guidance.
Let him finish.
Some jobs you can't really do them at home.
All right.
Well, finish.
Wait, let me. Are you finished?
Yeah.
I can be.
Oh, no, I'm saying, are you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Black, then Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Cully, in the years I've been on this board, I try to be, I haven't in the last couple of years, or last year because of COVID, I try to go around and talk to the departments, and I try to be as pro-employee as possible, because I'm on that side of things as a teacher with the schools and so forth in Spotsylvania. But in the end, we're elected by, and we all work for the people of Caroline County. I mean, we're elected to do a job for the people of Caroline County, and it's nice try. I just can't, I can't justify in any way, shape, or form, even if gas goes up to $10 a gallon, I can't justify to the people of Caroline County saying, hey, look, you've got to go to work 5 days a week at your job, but the county employees are only going to go 4 days a week. I understand the concept behind it. And a matter of fact, I mean, when we get to a tax season, for some people, to be honest with you, for some residents who want to come in to pay their taxes, it's hard for people to actually get here by 5 o'clock.
Correct. It would be extended hours.
Yeah, and so for me, this is like, when I saw this is a non-starter for me. I think that if we publish this, I'll be honest with you, there would be backlash. There would be, from my constituents, there would be backlash that this is, I know the people in the offices would love it, and I understand why they would love it. But I just, for me personally, I think that I would get backlash from my constituents saying this is, why do they get to do it? And that we need easier access, not more difficult access. So that's my opinion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Thomas?
Mr. Cully, when I first saw it, I thought of something of your employees rotating. I would not go along with any one-day close. We have enough issues with the landfill and dump being closed on one day, but I can't imagine any county offices being closed one day. If we need to do something, I wouldn't have a problem with however people have to work from home for a day. If they can, they got paperwork, filing to do, they could do that. But not to have any one office closed today. I'm pro-employee because I'm one of the ones who said, let's pay more health care. So they can work at home. They've all got, laptops, PCs, or whatever.
That would be a fairness issue because a lot of the jobs people couldn't work from home. So yeah, I do have some key employees that have laptops, but that's only a few. So if I start letting them work from home, and then the people that don't have the ability to work from home because their job doesn't allow it, and or the technology would be. So we certainly don't have to do it. I just put it on for discussion.
Well, let's be specific. Whose job wouldn't allow it? Of course, the treasurer's office, because somebody has to be there to collect the money.
Yeah, the clerks that work at the window of the treasurer's office can't do that from home.
But they don't all have to be there all the time then.
Well, I know, but so you're just gonna allow people to not work. See, mine, we were gonna get 40 hours in 4 days, so you're talking about letting people just not work an 8-hour shift.
No, we try to figure out another way. Okay, well.
See, that's,
All right,
I hear what you're saying, but that won't work. So if this doesn't work, we'll continue to work 5 8-hour days. I wasn't trying to cut out any work, just get it all done in 4 days.
Yeah, I tried that once at my job, and my boss said, why should I let you work 4 10-hour days when I got you working 5 10-hour days?
Correct, but
so
I mean, there are plenty of obviously businesses that work 4 10s, but I'm not talking about doing it forever. And the larger offices, it's possible we could keep open, like the commissioner and the treasurer, 5 days. But smaller offices, it just becomes tough. There's not enough people to divide up into 5 days with people being gone all that. So, finance is not that many people in it to sort of divide up over 5 days. It might be doable. County administrator is the same thing. So then Alan and I are missing, or Pam. I mean, it's just not enough of us to do. Bigger places, it's a little easier, but certainly it was a suggestion. I was really worried about gas going up and losing some people.
And that's a good point, though. The schools are on a gas contract, right? The school system. They got gas and diesel.
I can't speak to that.
The county still has a gas one? We all get gas from, the sheriff's office does.
No, we're on a fleet card. We buy gas off fleet.
Maybe that's something we look at for employees as a bonus. Say, once a month or whatever, you can buy off the fleet card, which would be a discount.
The auditor.
That's really hard to keep track of and ends up with a lot of issues.
People that choose to live 3 counties away or whatever, that's their choice. But what that does have a tendency, if it stays that way a long time, for them to go, I'm spending a lot of money in gas, I'll go work somewhere else. And so it's a temporary, all I was thinking was temporary, not permanent. And I was worried about it going to 6.
We're just trying to brainstorm here to come up with ideas. So some of them work, some of them don't.
Yep. Good idea. I just think it's not appropriate. I don't think we're large enough to even consider, but if things get worse, we'll come back and we'll revisit.
Certainly.
Okay.
That's fine. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Item number 7, any other discussion? All the employees. Right.
Excuse me?
Yeah. We can look at it.
Oh, Mr. Sheep.
Item number 7, Mr. Shebel.
Yes, sir. Item number 7 is, we got a notice on Tuesday from VACO that the Office of Drinking Water had $100 million from the American Rescue Plan that we could apply for. So staff quickly put this together to bring this before you so that we could at least talk about some of the projects that we prioritized and to see if the board wanted us to apply for these grants. So these grants are 49% grant, 51% low interest loan. So as you see, we've got a list of projects and they're 8.5 million. These are just water because that's all it's for is for water. There's another section coming out for wastewater, but we haven't been given the deadlines or applications for that yet. So this is due, there's 2 different rounds and they are 2 different pots of money or 2 different categories. So we're going to try to apply as much as we can, whatever the board wants us to both of those so that we can meet that. Well, once we apply for the first one, they would put it in that category. But I didn't want to miss that first round and maybe not get some money that we could have gotten. So because they are 2 different qualifications.
So are you asking for the grants to apply for or the grants and the loans? Is it?
So they are providing 49% of that dollar amount is a grant. 51% is a low interest loan. So they would give you half of the money basically, and you would have to finance the rest of it. So if we wanted to do certain projects and pick and choose, or if you want to do, so if the board chose to do all these projects, we would have to, the board was committing to $4.377 million that we would have to finance if we got all those loans, all those grants.
So did you prioritize these or did you just simply list them?
They're prioritized in the order that they're listed.
Prioritize in the order that they're listed.
They provide
Number
the
1 to
notes.
number 7.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. That didn't sound right.
How low an interest rate can we afford it?
They actually provide the low interest rate as part of that through the Office of Drinking Water. So I don't know what those rates are. They haven't provided that information. They just provided us with a grant, but they're probably around 2%, 2.5% typically.
So the whole package comes from them?
Correct.
8.5. We'd have to 42 million, 4.2, 4.3 million.
You said 4.7 is what you said, Mr. Shebel?
4.377, it would be our 51%. And then a lot of these projects are currently in our CIP that we're looking for funding for, so we're eventually going to be doing these projects. Some of them, of course, are more pressing than others, so we kind of put those in the list that we thought that we needed them and for the board to act on those.
The biggest problem is going to be finding material to do these. So the good news is you won. The bad news is we got to find this material to actually do the projects, but I don't see why we wouldn't at least apply.
Well, the bad news is we have to find $4.3 million.
With a low interest loan.
At 2%.
2%, right.
Now, we don't have to find the loan, that's part of the Office of Drinking
give it to
Water.
us.
That comes as part of that.
What's the debt service on 4.3 over 20 years?
At what interest rate, 2.5?
2.5?
Call it 2.5, yeah. It's
Well,
12.
what's 4 million over 20 years is?
4.377.
200,000.
Yeah, it's like 350,000 a year.
I'd say 240, 250. Just a rough guess.
Over 20.
Over 20 years. What's the length of the loan while you're still punching? Is it 20 or 30?
23193.
It's 30?
They can go 30.
Man, I wouldn't want to go 30 on water line.
So 278,000 a year,
How much?
278.
For a 20-year loan?
240,
Yes.
250, okay.
I thought it'd be a little more than that. I don't see why we wouldn't apply.
Yes.
These projects are all projects we've got to do.
Depending on tax rate. I mean, long term.
And I've got to have them all submitted by April 6th, so we've got a lot of paperwork we got to do on our end to get them submitted, so.
I move that we.
Board.
Second.
Second.
There's a
Oh.
motion. Motion.
I'm gonna make the motion. She delayed. All right, you second?
Motion, and we have a motion to approve that we apply for the, grant regarding the water, loan and grant. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Mr. Shebel, before you sit down, is this also, are the towns getting any of this? Are they just?
It's open to any water company within the Commonwealth with the exception of there's caveats in different categories. So we're under 10,000 people, so we score higher. Depending on your demographics and income, you can rank higher. So, but there are certain thresholds that certain companies would not be allowed, but since this is actually by the government, it is.
Okay. Just thought I'd pass that information along. Thank you.
Mr. Cutler, informational calendar.
Don't really have anything left for March, and April's pretty clean. You did add a meeting on the 19th. That's at 6 p.m. We'll recess out of the 12th for that budget work session. We'll decide whether we want to try to do it in here, because y'all can kind of see in here. The microphones are better and the cameras are a lot easier than doing it in EOC, so might try to plan on doing it in here. It's a little bit.
And the 26th. And the 26th as well.
And the 26th as well. So those are the two meetings that you've added, both that will be 6 o'clock. Unless you say otherwise, but like I said, we'll recess out of the 12th and then we'll recess out of the 19th to those meetings. And Easter is the 17th, but we're not closed on Good Friday. There was some question on that last year. There's no state holiday on the 15th, so we're working the whole month. And that's all I have.
Okay.
We do have closed sessions.
You got to close.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen.
You could work the 4 10-hour days and take off Friday.
All right. Closing board comments, Mr. Yeah, we do.
No comments.
Mr. Black.
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Long.
No, sir.
Mr. Thomas. I have none either. Motion to go into closed session.
I move that this board convene in closed meeting pursuant to the prospective business and investment of public funds exemptions of sections 2.2, 3711, A5, and A6 of the Code of Virginia to discuss a prospective business and economic development project in the county requiring the investment of public funds which no previous public announcement has been made. The contract negotiation exemption of section 2.2, 3711, A9, 8.29 of the Code of Virginia to discuss the terms or scope of the contract negotiations relating to the project where discussion open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiation strategy of the board, and the real estate and consultation with legal counsel exceptions of section 2.2, 3711, A3 and A8 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding the potential acquisition of real estate by the county for use as a new fire station in Sparta area and a sheriff's substation in the Ladysmith area where discussion in an open meeting will adversely affect the county's bargaining position or negotiating strategy.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. We're now in closed session. All right, Clay, come on. A motion come out of closed session?
So moved.
Second? All in favor, say aye.
Don't have to.
Mr.
He's gotta read, he's gotta read the statement.
Certification.
Read it.
I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify that to each of the best, each board member's knowledge, one, only public business matters were lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia were discussed in closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Mr. Ford, you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Black, you so certify?
I so certify, but I think we need a second on that, yeah.
I'll second that.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
All right.
We second the motion come out.
Well, I just needed to read this. I needed to read that.
You got a
You
second.
read the certification motion, I second it.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Mr. Forehand, you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Black, you so certify? Mr. Seeley, you so
Yes, sir.
certify? Mrs. Long, you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Thomas, you so certify?
Certified.
And I so certify. Motion
To adjourn.
adjourn.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.